Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hey RBF, hey Ace, hey Andreda. You know if I'm illiterate. My brain no worky. Hey Deli, hey Friendless J, Aaliyah, Super, Variable Element, Artifact, congrats on beating the game. Well done. Estimation Outcats want food? The Claire sure to biting it? Hey Harambowski, Emilak, Guava Chips, Sora, Wheelie Boy, Siren, Superman. And you know, I can speak. Anyone else who might be lurking? Hey Casterex. Moondruid runtime? Kind of. Basically what we're doing, and Mr. Hey Scott. All the people here today. Appreciate y'all hanging out. For anyone who might have missed the start of the run yesterday, the concept here is we're using the Wolf Wild Shapes Exposing Bite to force a crit on whatever we want. So the gameplay loop is roughly we Wild Shape to Wolf, we do Exposing Bite, we drop Wild Shape, force a crit on something. And it could be genuinely whatever attack roll we want. It could be an Arrow of Slaying, it could be a Great Axe swing, it could be an upcast Scorching Ray, whatever we want. I have no real build direction beyond have 2 Druid levels, so I'm just kind of messing around with different things. Speaking of Druid, found a thing with Moonbasking armor. Tell me more. Ask a question about patch 8 bugs? Sure. For some reason, Maul isn't asking for the idols. It's a me problem. I don't know what I did wrong. Order of operations matters. You need to get the quest to steal the idol before Kaga stops the ritual, or else you'll never be given the quest. Might be a bit hot topic. Any thoughts on stop killing games movement? I think that it's a testament to the power of both unserious contrarianism and corporate shill behavior that it's at all controversial that there are consumers who are like, hey, I don't think this thing I paid for should be gone forever arbitrarily on a whim with absolutely no recourse. That being even the slightest bit controversial, humanity's fucking cooked. The brain rot has it's spread. There's no hope. If you get reverted from your wild shape for dialogue or cutscene placed back in your form afterwards, refresh the temp health. Oh, that's pretty useful, actually. Because you can just go, like, talk to a companion in camp or something, right? That's pretty cool. Also gotta turn in quickly enough. Usually do that together with the entire Kaga and Goblin leaders in one rest to avoid any problems. Yeah, I usually... Well...
I'm just saying.
I delay Goblin leaders till later, but I will usually do Investigate Kaga and turn in the idol in one rest. I don't think I've ever long rested in between those two things. But like, as soon as I've saved Arabella, before I go to the swamp, I talk to Maul.
What are they delaying for? Can't we
Just because, even recently, I did forget once. So it's a race against myself, if anything.
We'll smoke 'em out, no problem.
So this upcoming fight is absolutely not one where I should be doing my wolf thing. But guess what I'm gonna do anyway? I don't have a short rest in the bank. I can't even do it. Oh. This is kind of why we want spores temporarily. Because whenever I have an odd wild shape charge that I have no real use for, I can just do this. Let's go here. I'm on heroism right now.
Need to be cautious. Good idea, I think.
Doesn't happen to sell the ring of protection. Nope. If you do it out of order, you just can't get the item. Can use hostile counter and wild shape. Bitter Divorce is a scroll. So I don't think so. Okay. Feels so weird playing Gloom. I don't like it. Like, why am I not a hunter? It feels wrong.
Try me. Light on my feet.
Friendly Connor can be used in wild shape. Interesting, yeah. I should have known that. That's really useful. Might have to start doing that. On transformation builds, you know? Kevin, what are you doing, man? Here, I'll move this. This cat. Remember to kill the children? Oh, we let the children escape. There need to be, sequel hooks for revenge stories later. I like letting at least one of them escape so the 3 guards outside come in, so I don't have to fight them next to a war drum. House is gunning for the kids. He prioritizes using his once per combat multi-attack to say fuck them kids. He's nothing if not consistent. I could do something to help him. This is funnier.
Another trick up my sleeve.
What if the child's vibes were off? Oh, changes everything. Thanks for the good luck, cat, bunny. Any other scenario in the game where Halcyon loses control in that form? No, he never loses control. Other than, like, I guess the romance scene. Remember, Halcyon doesn't have enough story for them to flesh things like that out. He's perfectly in control right now.
Here goes nothing.
Door's open. If I don't get another kill now, he's probably dead. Do I care? Really don't think I do. Hey, Lady Vex, thank you so much for continuing the gift sub. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed all the perks. And thank you very much for the support. Daniel this, Moonrise that, Shadow Curse here, entire house and store. Yeah. I think they're referring to the line where you take Halcyon to help kill the leaders. He says he may not be able to resist attacking goblins. Yeah, that's... I think that's just kind of flavor text, because you still have complete control over him if you take him with you. It's just they automatically aggro to him. That's a weird bit of flavor dialogue. Alright, time to help this dumbass. May not like him, but he is 1000 XP. For now. Luckily, I do have Spores Druid, so action economy is however much I want it to be. Goblins may not be able to resist attacking house, and you say, maybe the goblins aren't all that bad. I might have misjudged them. I remember starring Lazel Jahir and Halcyon giving extra fights. Yeah. I don't think the others have extra fights associated with them. You gotta die. This is gonna hit the dumbass. Do I care? Yeah, he's fine. I'm surprised he lived. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I am genuinely surprised he's alive. Other than Dark Urge, but Origin choose the beginning gives the most extra battles. Dark Urge doesn't give you extra battles. So, not that one either. But what Say was referring to is fights that only exist if that character storyline is happening. And it does if you fail a dialogue. You can get everyone in your camp aggro whenever you want. Maybe not permanently hostile, but you can fight everyone in your camp whenever you want. So like, for Lae'zel, for example, Ithrak Voss will only show up in your camp in the Mountain Pass if Lae'zel is in your camp. If Lae'zel's not recruited, if Lae'zel's not present in any capacity, if she's been permanently killed at some point, he won't show up. You will never see him again after Act 1. So that's tied to Lae'zel. With Astarion, in Act 3, there's a combat where the vampire spawns can attack during a long rest. Now, I haven't seen that one in like 2 years because I don't long rest enough, but it's a thing. I'm a little apprehensive about my hit rate here. He re-wild shaped, so he's fine. That's the thing with the Starian. Yep. If you take too long in Act 3, going to deal with Cazador, and spawns will show up, try to abduct a Starian from the camp. Is there a way to get Voss's Silver Sword without killing him in that fight now? Yes, you can get it from him in Act 3. You can't buy it from him anymore. You have to either disarm or kill him for it after already having the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane. So if you have the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane, he has Voss's Silver Sword equipped. And you can then try to disarm him for it. Or if you manage to kill him in the sewers, or kill him by throwing him to his death in Rivington. Basically kill him before he teleports away. Before, I think it was before patch 7, you could purchase whichever one you didn't have, but not anymore. 23 with the Hill Giant Club is pretty juicy, actually.
Cherish all of nature's bounty, but goblin guts are quite far down. Either way, I owe thanks. I am the
I don't know.
That must be where these enchantment pay. If you want to find a cure, I cannot allow these. They are the ones holding these There is no safety, Mason.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Surge gives a good cape. It gives a cape at a point where you don't have other ones. I'll concede that much. As soon as I get to Act 2, I sell that shit, though.
All for me.
Yeah, there's 2 smoke powder bombs in the room, one in the window, one more towards the wall.
Open up.
Grab Warg Fang, it's decent for clearing out the goblins. Only like the cape because it fills the slot in Act 1. There's literally no other options to my knowledge. It is the only cloak with an effect in the vanilla game before the Shadow Curse Lance. Yes. There are none in the Mountain Pass, and there are no others in the Wilderness Underdark. In an unmodded game. At minimum, the invisibility is advantage in your next attack. It's not without downside stuff. For example, if someone dies outside of your turn and the cloak turns on, in certain situations, they will drop combat. And let's say, for example, you were fighting a bunch of things and one of them had the witness tag. Well, that's immediate enemy of justice. And that could be annoying. Let's say combat ended when you weren't ready for it to, and now you have to, you can't do the thing where you immediately re-engage. I didn't mean to equip that, because you are on turn 2 of a potion of speed. Or even worse, turn 3 of a potion of speed. Because you engaging and starting that new combat, well, you would immediately go lethargic because the turn timer advanced. So by getting back in combat, you would just be giving them a free turn. There are plenty of situations where the cloak is detrimental. If you want invis, there's much more practical ways of getting it. But it is, at minimum, something that could be useful in a slot that has no competition. It's that or nothing. Sometimes nothing is better, but it's that or nothing. Until Act 2. Anna, how are you? Hey Mick. I like to play Dwergar for that instead, using more control and when you invis. Dwergar or be Gloom or be Warlock or have invis pots.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. It's mine. What's it to ya?
Morning, Dave.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
I don't care about my spell slots.
I should speak up.
One niche use at higher levels,
I'm in
that
no
being
hurry,
Shadow Strike stuff.
though
Yeah.
I admit I've hit some. We mustn't carry, but I hate.
Oh, that's a noble inspo. Neat. Volo, the man who funded all the supplies I needed for my personal honor mode run. Yeah, the First National Bank of Volo is very profitable. The ring from Grimforge has invis refreshes every time you reach and travel. Does it remember it's used up when you change equipment? Nope. Comes back every time. So does Marcus's ring. Both of the invis rings behave that way. And in a pinch, you do have Shadow of Menzoberran's in as well. Although that one is very short duration. Just emptied half the dishwasher, just realized it's dirty. Someone have a spare brain cell? Nope, mine is in its death throes right now. Sorry. I should set up Brenna as a potion crafter right now. We're doing on money? Pretty well. Thonkin.
Dost thou require?
This vessel is at this. Let's move. These boots have seen everything.
I shall be here.
Alright, Brenna Brightsong, the Lightfoot Halfling, is my go-to potion crafter. I may also have her double up as a wild magic sorcerer. Because having a level 6 wild magic sorcerer, as long as you have some cultivation elixirs or other ways of doing the sorcery point loop, you could get whatever item you want from whatever NPC you want. Because you can just give yourself bend luck until you have plus 30 and just succeed on everything. Being a halfling there helps out because it cancels out ones, as is rolling with advantage. But I suppose I could have Astarion be the potion crafter and have Brenna be the thief. That's technically better if I'm doing both, but I don't know if I'll go to the effort of having a camp wild magic user. That does seem a lot like effort. Let's give her dexterity anyway, just in case. Transmutation Wizard 2, Rogue 1, any level, whatever else makes for a really good camp caster, in my opinion. I usually go for Transmutation Wizard 2, Bard 3, because that gives enhance ability. Rogue gets their expertise at 1, but Bard gets theirs at 3, the same level where you get this spell. So if you're going for Potion Crafters, it's more consistent. Sure. Hey, Shimmer. Unearthed an old Gale save for the Lightning Arrow money shot. Cool. Did you pull it off, or? Didn't think of going Bard, that works. Been having a second caster or Druid do enhance ability face on. No, it's okay. How dare you not think of every combination of the 12 classes and massively more than 12 subclasses. Boo! Boo this chatter. No, you're good. I'm a big believer in Rogue getting expertise at level 1, being just very useful across actual gameplay. Like, I think that's one of Rogue's biggest perks that gets frequently downplayed.
I've got a long road ahead. At least things have stayed interesting.
Cool. So, Halfling mattered here. We rolled bad with advantage, and then Halfling reroll bailed us out. For a total of still barely succeeding.
Still breathing, despite everything. This vessel is at thy disposal. How much farther can I go?
Don't want to be around when Gribbo breaks the charm. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll dispose in thy vessels. Oh. I'm using Shadowheart for potion crafting. Don't think of any particular reason why Shadowheart's available from the start. Yeah, that's usually why Shadowheart ends up being my second camp chest. Because she's first on the list. But if I'm using a companion for a specific purpose, usually I will prioritize either Brenna Brightsong, the Hireling, or Astarion, because they do have ways to be better at skill checks, or at least have lower failure rates on skill checks than other companions. Astarion with Happy, Brenna with Halfling Luck. Let's see mods. Ace used Vanish there. Super. That's all that was. We'll buy another Scorching Ray scroll. Expeditious Retreat, sure. I'm trying to think of some of the filthiest attack roll stuff we could be doing at this point. Picking up a Cleric level for Inflict Wounds. would be pretty saucy. But action economy-wise, that does get a little awkward. Nope, not supposed to talk about a house bike club. It's pretty good, Machete. How are you? Doing under half stuff with Blooded Great Axe would also be quite strong. Monster Slayer Glue would be okay. Azer Warhammer? I'm curious enough.
Pleasure.
Paladin for smite, maybe? No, never. Barb for base damage increase? Well, Barb wouldn't have a base damage increase. I already have Ranger, so I wouldn't be getting, any proficiencies that I don't already have. Barb wouldn't do more damage unless I rage, but my action economy is already kind of polluted. Going 9 Barbarian eventually is something that I have been thinking about, because then I'd get another die on my crits, and that could be good. So maybe eventually a hard commit to Barb, but how's the new run going? Missed yesterday, seems like so far so good. Yeah, it's been good so far, dude. I have no real plans for the mid game with the build, so a lot of experimentation. A lot of thinking out loud. There's, of course, always a shout for Rogue. Sneak attack. But if we're going to be doing weapon crits for early and late game plans, then we want 2 Druid to have exposing bites so we can force a crit on, like, whatever we want. I kind of like the idea of maintaining extra attack from A class outside of Druid on top of that, but I'm not hugely committed to that. I could pivot and do spells. We could do Eldritch Blast, we could do Scorching Ray, we could do Inflict Wounds, Guiding Bolt. Any of those would do pretty well. Could even go something like Fire Bolt. That can go all sorts of directions. If I'm gonna do weapon stuff, the kind of weapons I want to use are going to be weapons that benefit efficiently from half-orc savage attacks. And this means I want a weapon that has few but large damage die. So, for example, Great Axes are a d12. So the extra die I get from savage attacks is another d12. But a Great Sword would be bad, because that'd be an extra d6. Because Great Swords are 2d6. This is why something like Shadowblade not actually good here, at least until Resonance Stone. And even then, I'd be scaling higher with piercing weapons. If I hated myself, just like a couple percentage points more, I would make an argument for Blade Singer, because that would be able to get me extra attack while maintaining full caster progression, so I would still have the option of doing spell stuff, too. But I don't think I hate myself that much today. Think so. And I could get that from Bard anyway, so that would be the correct option. Swords Bard. Or Valor Bard, even.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Yeah, this is a D10. With the bonus fire as well. I like that here.
Breathe deep and move.
Dismiss Wild Shape as a bonus action? No, it's a free action. The hammer from the boat would be at least fun on this setup, considering I'm forcing crits. But ultimately, I don't think I would use it for long.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky.
Crying's also a free action. I mean, but what about the emotional cost?
You! What are you doing on Gek? Where's Gek?
Who are you?
What about Gek? Come.
You continue.
A quick and booming blade for the crit. Don't really want to do a third sorcerer run back to back,
Drugno.
for being honest.
Sitting.
Who's the hoon, Greyman? Another slave for the dig? That your twat's old chum owes us a load of coin, and I'm warning you. That twat soul ain't settled up soon.
Dead drow, publicly displayed. The Dwergar are sending a message.
That'd be the answer, still to throw it out there? Yeah, yeah. I get you.
Good thing you got me. You wouldn't survive a 10-day. 10-day. Consistent. I'll give you that.
I never do the dialogue there. If I have Minor Illusion, I just lure them away and take it. If I don't, I just use a Darkness Arrow. Why roll checks you don't have to roll, you know? Oh, and yeah, waiting till level 5 to come here meant I got 150 XP from the exploration spot. The 450 is what I would have gotten by doing the fight.
So you look at the skeletons.
Cucumbered. Already.
What's in here?
A sun dweller in these parts. Look here, my topside friend. I need fresh eyes, and I doubt I'll find fresher.
Reading that book's XP with the amulet? Yep.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Absolutely not. Will you be killing history itself?
Figure I'd take the opportunity here. Hey, Ogre Trials, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? I know you play all sorts of games. What was on the menu today? Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do Baldur's Gate 3 challenge runs, mostly. Occasionally some other things, but mostly that. Deus Ex was great. Ooh, nice.
Right. Time to skulk about. Platform's covered in rust. Must be older than bone dust.
Found out today, Shade Clinger Armor is bugger. You don't need it equipped after you unequip with the buff. Yep. Shade Clinger Armor and Boots of Striding are very frequently used in that manner.
Always room for more. One day I'll catch a break.
What do I craft? Adamantine-wise. I almost want to make the longsword since it's been so long. But that's probably not a thing for this run. Unless... No, it's not. I don't know if we make the shield either. I'll most likely end up using the helm. So I guess I will go get the shield mold. In general, with your adamantine crafts, it's very hard to justify doing anything other than the armor you want plus a shield. Just because of how globally useful those things are. Sometimes I make the weapons. I made the mace and the scimitar on my no-hit run, because obviously the armor wasn't relevant there. But they work nicely as stat sticks to ignore the relevant resistances when doing things like throwing.
Steel mold. Used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
The longsword is worth making if you're playing a hunter. And you plan on doing whirlwind attack stuff.
That's the cult's doing. Dunnel's joined up too. The culprits are spreading like flies on shit.
I don't know if I remember correctly, it doesn't scimitar have a use for Bladestorm, stuff like that. So the adamantine weapons, they all function as stat sticks for their appropriate damage type for weapon and throwing attacks. So if you have the adamantine scimitar or longsword equipped, then any weapon attacks you do, or throw attacks, that do slashing damage will ignore slashing resistance. So this means you could equip the scimitar or the longsword, and then throw hand axes, and they ignore resistance. You could equip the mace and then throw hammers that ignore resistance. You could equip the mace and then do punches with your monk features, for example, and they will ignore resistance. So the mace is also arguably worth making on monks, particularly monk builds that don't go far enough in monk to get the ability to make their fists magical damage. It still doesn't bypass immunity, but it can allow you to hit things like the shadows in Act 2 more effectively than you otherwise could. the same extends to giant barbarians, because the kick is non-magical damage unless you have enough monk levels to make your unarmed damage magical. So giant barb is a pretty good case for that. I think I'll make the medium armor.
All right.
Lands the wild shape to wolf bite, turn back, attack normally. Basically, yeah. Are you implying one can ignore both immunities? No, I was saying you can't ignore immunities. So, like, if you tried to employ that strategy against Cazador, for example, he's immune to non-magical bludgeoning. So you can't ignore immunity. You'd still need to be throwing magical ones and then ignoring the resistance. What's the reason you want medium over heavy? I don't know what my multi-class situation will be, so it's possible that I lose my heavy armor proficiency later on. Whereas with Druid, I will always have medium armor proficiency.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. On my way.
Halo of Spores is also very good for getting surprise rounds because your reactions are not consumed when you're out of combat. So I'm entering combat with everything still available to me. Action, bonus action, reaction. You land not far enough.
Need to find a way forward.
Multiplayer glaive, passive be added any other way than hitting something with that glaive. Yeah, it's a stat stick against monstrosities. It'll work out on other weapon and throwing attacks you do. I don't remember if it works on unarmed. Trades sheet would have it, but yeah, you can stat stick with it.
What's that?
So a pretty good early game setup against those monstrosity battles is Monster Slayer Glaive plus either Gandrel's Aspiration or the Hunting Shortbow. Hunting Shortbow being able to give you Hunter's Mark as well. Means you can be adding an extra d4 and an extra d6 for your damage while also rolling with advantage. That's pretty nice. You're trying to, for example, weapon attack Boulette, fighting hook horrors. I almost want to make an argument that Monster Slayer Glaive does more against Orin than Baldur's Giant Slayer does. Just to be spiteful.
That's a friendly looking shadow. What path lies before me?
I want more throwables before I do this. We'll do the Omelum thing.
On my way.
What could they accomplish? Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Light scroll. Fancy. Eldritch Knight would mean I could get Charge-Bound Hammer later. That'd be pretty solid, huh? I guess it also wouldn't be that hard to set up Wet into Arsonist Oil into Autocrit Scorching Ray. That'd be pretty juicy. Because with just a Scorching Ray scroll like this, we're looking at up to 144 damage. Just a scroll. And that's without boosting it with things like, Rhapsody, etc. I have a fighter going myself. Charge-Bound Hammer is really strong when I used it. It's a very good weapon. Yeah, maybe I'll go out of my way to make sure I have a good supply of Arse oil.
Welcome back. Have you made it? It's curious to truly
Are you looking to open your mind?
As it feels.
That's the lava, and even without it, but not to worry. But there may be a way. But Timusks cause confusion. You must drink the entire.
The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries. You are fluid, dark fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it
Yeah, having
wants to
wisdom doesn't
hollow
help
out
you.
your skull. Away of it. The
That lava, such an out, and I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless.
Would all the raise crit? Yes.
I have never seen anything like it, Blood. I greet you.
That's where I got the 144 from. 36. Double die. Assume max roll again, which is unlikely, but 72. Vuln, 144. The chances of that happening extremely low, but that's the ceiling. Starian gave rays right here. Yeah. I think. What if I took a Great Old One level? Because then I'd have Mortal Reminder for these force crits that I'm doing. And I could pick up Eldritch Blast that way too. I could get Dissonant Whispers, my beloved. Kinda like that idea. I don't think I'll bother on equipping anything.
An opening in the metal. That mold should fit.
Taking the shield for now.
I just need the raw materials.
That'd be a great setup for booming, what isn't though? Yeah. Like, that would be a situation where something like Booming Blade Rat Bat would go pretty hard, and like I could do that, but I don't know. Variety is the spice, right? Hey, women. Classic booming bat. Yeah, how you doing, Painplate? They didn't spawn quite where I wanted them, but...
And away I go. Think you can take me on? Out of sight, out of mind. Can't risk being in open view.
Yeah, and that's why you don't face tank Grim without proper mitigation. 59, that wasn't even a good roll, was it? No, it wasn't. That was below average, even. Yeah. Now they got this. I have seen them do pretty well here before. Like, they do bludgeoning damage. If they're smart and if Grim rolls bad, they can get them down to like half or even lower. But they're not doing a particularly good job here this time, I gotta say. I won't get good use out of my flight here, which is unfortunate.
Another day, another fight. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Starting to prefer them versus Matriarch over this. Well, that depends on whether you want them to do anything. I don't want them to do anything, really. I just want them to die with as much consistency as I can manage, and that's why I like summoning them here. If you want them to actually help you a little bit before they inevitably lose, then yeah, I think Matriarch's a pretty good example. Because they'll only ever win that fight if the Matriarch's AI decides to really shit the bed. Not Grim AoEing them down. My last turn of flight. I have a scroll.
I won't give in. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Matriarch AI is designed to shit the bed. 40 free falling damage from webs 3 times. Yeah. But if you're maximizing XP from that fight, you want her to wake up all the spiderlings, because they're 3 XP each. So you don't necessarily want to go for the fall damage. It's a whole thing. Let's get silly. You guys like silly, right? I should absolutely not be screwing around the way I am here. But sometimes you do it for the content, right? I had no plan after that turn. Now I gotta get out of this situation I put myself in.
Another fight.
If I had positioned from the start to do Seihoke's Grim Strat, I could have used that Fire Surface Spike Bulb thing to just do the entire fight on the second turn. But I did not position accordingly. 184. I'll just throw shit at you for a bit.
Hope this ends well. I don't need any attention right now. That should work.
The 6 crush damage was crucial for the plan. I just like extremely common spores W.
Victory is mine. The Guardian's fallen.
I had no reason to approach that fight that way. I just kind of felt like being silly.
Moving in.
And I had the flight scrolls to justify needing an escape.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Can go for methods now.
Macte virtute.
Can't really hurt me. Given you're going to be critting a lot, do you plan to use Dollar Mars in Act 3 at all? Probably. I expect Vicious Shortbow will be there in my loadout, provided my initiative is fine for encounters where I want to do the bites. Using Vicious Battle Axe, maybe. Dollar Maris, maybe, maybe not. Depends on how badly I want to hand a weapon. We'll have to see. And it depends on whether I end up doing spell stuff. But Vicious Shortbow, very likely. At the very least. I guess this is technically better. Hey, Ace Work, thank you for the 3 months. 3 months already, wow. Really appreciate it. Hope you continue to enjoy. Thank you for the continued support. Yada yada yada. Get stylish. That one for 62 damage. Okay. So I don't have Alert or Vigilance on. I got surprised, but with the Helldusk armor, And this is one of those cases where Hell-Dust Armor mitigation is quite nice. It's 3 DR. I can just kind of eat this. Concentrating on Heroism for temp HP. There we go. They didn't get through my health bar. Looking away, and that one incantation had the same one as Skeleport. I would never Skeleport, Danny. You sound crazy right now. Wondering why I was getting the shakes. Yeah, if I had to do that without Helldusk Armor, I would have been wearing the Adamantine with an Elixir of Fire Resistance, and I would have considered going to get Amulet of the Unworthy for slashing resistance. Because they deal 2 damage types, fire and slashing. But that encounter is a lot of XP. Each of the methods is 75.
Better find somewhere to camp soon.
So it's a considerable chunk. Very risky to take early, though. This methods fight that I just did, it might have looked trivialized, but I do consider this one of the most dangerous fights in Act 1. Could you go for Mimics now, I suppose? Don't really want to. Oozes? I don't want to commit to a Vigilance right now, is my thing. Though I will likely have to change my mind on this. Deathburst or Killer? Yeah, they can definitely mess you up pretty bad if you're not prepped.
What care we for his business here?
I didn't equip Mage's Friend. It's fine.
Keeps you from farts. I've heard the
Stinking snitch. No.
Fighters resuming? Yeah. Hey, Fire Void.
What's up for discussion?
And if you want...
Wrong guy.
Please, a quick look. Take a look. Tell me what you see.
So Ranger gets a much lower DC on the investigation. Incredibly common Ranger
What do you
W.
think?
I have history proficiency from Ranger Knight,
Anything standing out?
and I have perception proficiency from Ranger.
The hottest of flame.
But my work has only been. The walls are deep known, mate. Or the chiseling.
Ranger proven yet again as a top quality class. And Ranger is just across the board incredible.
A Sharon idol. It's beautifully crafted.
And like even Ranger's weaker subclasses are on par with or more impactful than some of the quote-unquote better subclasses for other classes. For example, Swarmkeeper, if you compare its overall power to the other Ranger subclasses, it's weak. It's very weak. it still provides more in the way of direct damage without a resource cost than a lot of other subs do. Gloomstalker is an order of magnitude weaker than Hunter in almost every area of the game that matters, but that does not stop Gloomstalker from being incredibly popular. You just try Swarmkeeper sometime, want to do stuff with the jellyfish? It's very awkward. Like, if you want actual damage out of the Swarm, you are married to your Hunter's Mark. And then it's awkward because the only half of the Swarm damage will benefit from critting. So it doesn't scale up as well as certain other kinds of damage bonuses do. But you can still do very interesting things with it. Like the teleport is really cool. I value that quite highly. Low on bombs. Let's go talk to Scratch. We can chicken chase now, too. Swarmkeeper extra damage might work for Wild Shape now that I think about it. Yeah, that's what I did in my Swarmkeeper run I did recently. The focus of the build was doing Slayer form, and having Swarm do stuff for me while I was in Slayer. Swarm didn't end up providing much, but it does work while transformed.
Keep moving, stranger.
Works with Slayer, works with Displacer, works with, even if you're polymorphed, but also works with Wild Shape.
I told you to go.
You see a name.
The awkward thing is your Swarm is your spell save DC for the non-damage effects. So, if you're doing Wild Shape with it, you need to account for that. Wild Shape presents an area where you have more of a buffer to dump some of your physical stats if you're going all in on transformations, so that's cool. But it is a weakness of doing it with the Slayer, where your casting stats are fixed at bad numbers.
You know, still, you should go. Of course he will. And then we'll... No, I won't leave. If it...
Somehow forgot where the raspberry bushes here are. Is it just the one? No, it's 3. Okay. Swarm works with Wild Shape, and it's interesting. Wouldn't call it exceptional. Because again, it's got those issues of you don't get what I would consider good damage out of Swarm unless you're concentrating on Hunter's Mark. And at that point, sure, you could with Praise Scent, Tavern Brawler stuff, you could get pretty good damage on a single target out of your Swarm once per turn. But to get that online, you gave up having 10th level in Druid. Which means you gave up Myrmidons. You gave up Dino. And you're kind of fucked if your concentration on your Hunter's Mark breaks. No improved extra attack, but if you go up to 5 Ranger, you could have extra attack with Wild Strike, which is functionally very similar to improved extra attack.
Let's have a look.
Similar, but your forms are limited. Yeah. Hey, Manatee. We're just trying to eke out level 6 now, without committing to anything too strenuous. You respec character, can you lose anything, like any permanent bonuses you may have gotten for the world? Permanent? No. Temporary stuff? Yeah. Certain elixirs will turn off. Certain spell effects will turn off. But you keep your permanent bonuses.
Don't want to draw any attention. Deadlier than ever.
Best you could do is probably having an ally with Ballast Arbor, or a swing with Panther then. Yeah. You could self-Aura of Murder with Panther if you're willing to use some egregious exploits, but yeah, you're looking at Panther and trying to make people go prone for your damage output. Which, at that point, you're better off just building around Displacer Beast. Or you don't get that till Act 3, but you could get Slayer in Act 2, Displacer Beast in Act 3. And then why even have Druid at that point? Good hit.
With haste.
Be more receptive to it if this was pre-nerf Panther.
No traps, please.
Methods. Alright, show of hands. Who has Mocte de Virtute today? This is a safe space. No judgment. Collecting data.
This calls for careful footwork.
Hello.
The tree from the note to Gorga. What's that cleft there?
angle, I guess. See, I know you can throw them in there from up there. I guess not from, Here, let's go for a ride.
Picked the wrong fight, friend.
I guess I do need the, elevation. Fine. Fuck that vase. There been any skills, abilities, spells you initially thought were trash? Ended up surprising you, saving you unexpectedly? Counter charm, yeah, for sure. The list is definitely longer than that. I just gotta think about it for a bit. I don't think I ever downplayed Uncanny Dodge, but I don't think I conceived of how strong it is until I really got into playing Rogue more. We could put that one in there. When I was very new to the game, I'm sure I didn't think much of Blade Ward. Now I think extremely highly of Blade Ward. But yeah, Counter Charm is the biggest example of that, I think. I'd have been impressed I actually got entangled. Your bonuses +7. +8. Yeah, I'm right to be afraid of those. They have +8 to hit, and they have 2 instances of damage. Okay, his path is interrupted, so that is an elevation issue. Good to confirm. Neither of you is burning, so I have time to heal next turn.
Maybe I need more pockets. If not over, then through.
I am a druid. Investigate Quag is basically free. Get a noble inspo out of that. 2. Let's go talk to Droraxlin. Any other way to expose the swamp other than the check attacking the redcaps? Aggroing Ethel.
Knock it back, lads! No slowing down!
Here we go. Still alive, so that's progress.
The hobgoblin, you take the elves. He doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid?
You the hid. You saw the art of your heart seizes. Under questioning, the creature might recognize you as its killer.
Could go for wisdom, but you know.
The memory fades. And you.
Loyal true soul.
The cool.
She's mounting an attack.
Alright, 65 XP.
Weapon. I wonder if they mean that old artifact.
Softer than a whisper.
All right.
Good idea. Blood follows me everywhere.
Ooh, the accuracy. It's your.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Ah. Pain without purpose. Forgive me, but please,
My work can grant peace. Simply.
My work can grant P.
Yes.
I'll let him cook.
This will do nicely.
Maybe I shouldn't let him cook, actually.
The pain you suffer will cleanse you. Do not fight it. Wonderful. Just wonderful. That's it! Welcome the pain. Let it become part of... Sweet. I am proud.
Just out of view.
Yes, I must try this technique. Or perhaps this.
But I have that. Gonna use the ritual dagger to go get Valar.
Moving ahead.
Not that lazy.
Let the dra-
827. Walking. Bawal, but I don't have Minor Illusion. I want to pick up that Warlock level. So I wonder. With my next level, do I actually get Tavern Brawler? That would make me want to do more attacks in Wild Shape, though. Thinking. What is Wolf Shape's stat block? Let's look at this. 17 strength, 15 dex. Dex would help it. Dex would help me outside of Wild Shape too. So Ethelhair on Dex would be a good upgrade. Fortunate exposing bites only for 2 turns. Yeah. It does at least give the option of, if I open the combat with it, I can still have a turn. But yeah, a lot of that stuff is 2 turns. A lot of buffs are balanced that way. I don't want to mess around with exposing bite, scorching ray on Rina. What would my methodology be there? Moon Druid would make more sense there. Thinking we course correct our spec to Moon Druids soon. Do I still stick with... I lose Halo Spores as an option for all sorts of things, though. That's the issue. I can get by without it. Moon changes my wild shape to be on bonus action. So if I got an opener with, let's say I did Thorn Whip, because that's an action refresh, I could then wild shape, exposing bite. Then on the following turn, I could do whatever actual attack that I had planned without need to haste myself or anything. Considered in late game, of course, taking Moon Druid extra attack, another subclass extra attack as well. Just bite in one turn, crit on the next. I don't understand what you mean by that last part. Are you saying, like, do a regular attack, then an exposing bite? And then next turn? But what would the regular extra attack provide to that? I don't think I'm understanding.
I don't think there'll be any... You have an interesting definition of friendly. That drow near, is it all right?
Let's farm some shard approval.
Get going.
Same amount of attacks in each turn, expose up to 4 targets before dropping your wild shape. No, I couldn't. Exposing bite has a once per short rest cooldown. Not bad, that's okay.
Dark times.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I haven't spoken with Alfira yet. Guess I will go for music proficiency.
Drew the mute.
Very well.
Something the matter?
Get afraid. Ooh.
That mural.
Huh? The tower. Moon. Like you wreck.
Clicked all of them, right? Let's double check.
Your Drew.
Sure, look at the wolf.
Something the matter?
You didn't get afraid.
Ridiculous.
Something the matter?
Go away.
If you're sure.
Something else I was thinking of doing that might involve use of inspo. What was it? Oh, Alfira. Yeah. Go get that music proficiency. I'll use an inspo if I have to. Because I'll get one back when I get named Faith Warden.
take it.
Dance upon the more like butchering at the hands of this bloody song. Dance upon the stars tonight.
2 XP, you know?
Smile and pain will fade away.
Yep, the first one's optimal.
That was interesting. Why don't we try again?
Okay, well, I routed this out in a way where I can afford to use an inspo here because I'm about to get one.
Sorry. There was so much. The week.
Squirrels are dicks. I don't feel strongly about them either way, but 2 XP is 2 XP.
The squirrel lunges at your...
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. How
No.
about these?
Yes, killing the other squirrels reminded me to talk to this one.
Why are you here? I sent you to Zev. What?
What?
You think yourself?
As you say, Oladin.
No. Korga's voice breaks and Korga by the in the...
When?
Care I you.
That's fortunate. Ensuring I get Silver's XP is the smartest thing I can do here, but like... feels bad.
All right then.
Sorry, Silver. It's been a lot of back-to-back animal cruelty the last 5 minutes. But I do actually feel bad about Silver. Not the other ones. Just Silver. And they call PETA for what? So they can kill them faster? Fuck PETA. I'm doing it for XP. They do it for the love of the game. Good try, Raph.
Fall by my hand.
Quagga. I guess that technically worked out, but...
You once called. You take our gift. And be known. When you speak, the circles will listen. Among druids, your words will shine brighter than sun.
Yeah, that's not true. It only comes up once, and Jaheira just doesn't give a fuck. But it's a noble inspo, and also the staff that she gives for that is, it sells pretty well.
We will stop the rite. Meanwhile, well, I won't forget the wounds. If it's an argument you seek.
I'll give up David Tutte.
Possible to save Halson and have him back for this encounter you just did? No. The order of events does not allow that.
Light on my feet.
By the time Halson has been relocated back here, you've already lost the opportunity to do that quest.
I had a feeling you'd be back. I had a feeling you'd be back.
Let's see, can I just afford everything? Almost.
Anything else? You've been a... We're going to own that town.
Any other multi-attacks like Eldritch Blast, Scorching Ray, or each attack crit off, Exposing Bite? Slashing Flourish, ranged, from Swords Bard.
Breathe quiet.
Flurry of Blows.
My hand slipped. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Any of the various summons that have multi-attacks. Like, all of the elementals from Conjure Elemental. Interesting plan of multi-class for any of those. Now that it comes up, I am kind of interested in Slashing Flourish ranged, but the problem is that conflicts with, you know, me having taken half orc to do melee stuff with it. I suppose having support for both isn't bad. Maybe go that direction. I have really been toying around with the idea of Monk. Forcing a crit on Flurry of Blows does sound kind of juicy. And there is some degree of synergy if I end up taking Tavern Brawler that would help the accuracy of landing Exposing Bite. Because that's the big thing that I'm worried about. It hasn't happened yet, but it's going to eventually. One day I'm going to miss Exposing Bite. And that's gonna suck. Any weapon action that does that? No. I suppose that another option is just having your dual wield toggle on would work out that way too. They would both crit. So dual wielding across the board.
I'm told the druid, it's sparse, thank. It's no small thing to we'll.
Seems simple enough.
No helping it. We're exposed now.
Kill those two, I guess. Will won't love it, but he'll get over it. Or he won't. One of the two.
Oh, you thieves are all boring. Even your cages are boring.
Hey, Rabbit. Like the synergy with Tavern Brawler helps both with Exposing Bite accuracy and Monk Flurry crit payoff. Yeah. I saw Zevler's willingness to go against the druids is whack as fuck. The bro's pretty desperate to keep the people under him safe. Yeah, he's doing what he has to. And like, remember, the druids that are going against him are willingly standing by while goblins kill more and more people that are hiding out in the grove. Druids or otherwise, because, you know, Halsin is presumed dead by a lot of the people here. And they have not done shit about that. And also, like, the tieflings just got out of hell. Like, they just got out right before the game. They just got out. And then all this shit happens.
Oh, you thieves are all boring. Even your cages are boring. They're gonna burn this. Could probably stick your. Get me out of here. Then I'll.
Early Monk Exposing Bite into Fangs, into Flurry of Blows, is that possible? The Exposing Bite would be consumed by the Fangs. However, I could Fangs, Wild Shape, Exposing Bite, drop Wild Shape, Flurry of Blows. That would require haste or 2 bonus actions. But I could do that. Wood blasting's always an option. Yeah. ATP Raymond. Decide on a level of Hexblade for my Swash. Currently using Valor Loop. Debating whether I stick with Savage Attacker, switch to Great Master as my first feat. Howdy. Hello. I'm not super fond of Great Weapon Master for that kind of thing because, like, your sneak attack already, it's so much of your damage, like all Great Weapon Master really does is introduce inconsistency with landing that. And let's say you did land it. Let's say you even got a crit, killed the target, whatever. Yeah, you have the extra attack you can do on your bonus action. It's not like you can sneak attack again. Meh. If your goal is increasing your damage output, then maintaining that consistency is good, and I think Savage Attacker is quite nice for that. In all honesty, I wouldn't go either of those for my first feat. But that's just me. There's no, well, I was gonna say there's no wrong answer. There are wrong answers, but not any of the things you said, so. Tell my boss to go fuck herself when I get paid next month. Curse resub messages will return. You know, at some point, Rabbit, if every boss you've ever had has been an asshole, maybe you're both assholes. Because some of the stories, man, I'm like, he's gotta be leaving something out.
Just out of view.
Wake up.
Oh, hells. Something just woke up. What do I have to lose? Seems like the best way. On my way.
Put it on Hunter's Mark first. Probably the worst. She's refused paternity pay for me. I haven't been paid 7 weeks because she forgot and expects me to break my contract to do work not in my contract without any issues. Along with the hired manager said in front of guests that physical health doesn't matter because company policies come first. Yeah, so this one is definitely an asshole.
That statue. Seems they worship some kind of scholar. That's curious. A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes...
Could get another 30 XP by turning in this quest, but if I save it all the way until I eventually click on the door that's through here, then I get another 5 XP. 5 whole XP. Go get those speed pots. Could recruit Gale. That can wait. That zoo job I applied for. Start the 4th of August. Nice. Glad you got something. Sure, I could find a couple more goblins to deal with. Oh yeah, chicken chase. I was supposed to do that.
Well now. Soundies. We're starting a new game. Move your eyes.
Don't explain the meaning origin of wide people happy. If you don't have third-party extensions, you can't see it, but it's an emote. It's just a happy little cute frog dude. There, I'll just say that. No, it's an emote.
Well, looky here.
But wife? Yes, frog wife.
Seems like you know.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Do I care? I'll kill Krolla and get my money back soon enough. Wife Peepo happy. So surely that's just wide Peepo happy, but it's Lae'zel, right?
Need something?
Thought it was white people like white people. I'm sure that's an emote somewhere, but no, not in this case. Opening Photoshop? Thank you, Danny. Monster Slayer Glaive has Brace. So we could hit a real juicy hit on like a hook horror or something. Seems fun. Thinking if there's anything else here I need. That could be useful. Doing okay on those still. worth having, even if I don't need it right now. Anything can brace some swapping. Yeah, it's just at this point in the game, I don't know how good my action economy is going to be to support swapping around brace. So that presents a case for Eldritch Knight. Because then I could do, like, brace and prepare. And that sounds pretty nice. I could do, like, prepare, throw, brace. An action surge would give me enough stuff. Maybe this ends up being a fighter angle. Probably not till level 7. Just that one summer when everyone went outside to play Pokemon Go. That part of that summer was fun, but just delete the rest of that year, though. The last couple months. Summer of 2016 was pretty cool. Is this a Grove Defense run? Maybe. Just in case it is.
Pleasure.
I have not done Grove Defense in a minute. Kinda miss it, kinda don't. It's a cool fight, but if I'm playing even remotely optimally, it's a ton of setup for 3 turns of combat. If not less. Really should be doing it more often. It's a lot more XP.
I want to have a word. Need something? Pleasure.
I have disguise. Guess I'll scare off the goblins. Where's Drow? Sure. I think we actually start here.
Can't risk being in open view. You've made a grave mistake. Don't waste a step. At the ready. An act of vandalism has taken place. You've admitted.
This technique, or perhaps this one.
Like the supplies they leave behind when you don't defend. You two, get over here. Whoever did this might still be here. Yes, I'm here. Come over. Hey, machine. Okay, you know, this works too. I like sniping Abdurak while in combat with a goblin so that he can't fight back. I don't actually need the Drow disguise anymore.
I don't need any attention right now. Time to press ahead.
That would probably kill Leo. It'd be very funny though.
Life.
Should be a
Ended up with the Azer Warhammer. I stole it. You can, with a bit of UI manipulation, you can very briefly have the inventory pane of your summon accessible. So I grabbed it and put it in my inventory. You could also do it by having that summon get arrested. That requires specific prep that I didn't feel like doing. Why aren't you visible? Get back here, patch 8. Feeling bad. What if they're rich? It's your. Point stealing from the rich is probably stolen already, or blood money. That's true. That doesn't mean they get to keep it.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Can I land the swag throw? Ah, I love that so much.
All right, time to skulk about.
Trick shot. $103. Mimics?
Never wanted the easy path. Best be on my way.
Hmm.
What brought it down, you think?
Don't want to draw any attention.
Just a theory.
Dumb theory.
I'll strike you down.
wonder if the gods are watching me.
Why do combat when Yeet Dwarf does trick?
Back on your feet, or I'll bite your toes off one by one. You stop digging again, and I'll bleed you dry. I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move, and you better hope that's the worst of it.
There we go, level 6. Druid 3 gets me some good spells. Ranger 4 gets me a feat. Not till level 7 where we can fluidly do Exposing Bite and then attack with the same action on the same turn. But I do still feel like Dread Ambusher gives us a decent amount of value. I did mention Great Old One. Then I pick up Mortal Reminder. In terms of spells, Hex is pretty great. Though, Agatha's... Hex is pretty great. And then that allows... Ooh, Blade Ward... a lot of stuff I want from there. Minor Illusion or getting Bawal XP is something I should probably take at least temporarily. Booming Blade for when I'm lining up melee crits. Though, maybe I don't need that, because if I'm playing around short-term burst stuff like that, then are there any big damage die melee weapons that have a once per short rest maneuver that adds damage? First one I thought of off the top of my head was Witchbreaker. It's a battle axe in the Crash. Battle axe isn't fantastic die-wise. It's pull up the wiki. Let's see, weapon actions. Absolute power is okay. Eventually Crowning Strike makes sense. Yeah, Hush You. D8 to D10. Yeah, so maybe this is Witchbreaker. Searing Blood from Rupturing Blade. I did buy that. If I was a Gith, Silver Sword would be good enough, despite the bad die, but I'm not. Yeah, it's looking like, You know, if the Impaler was in the game, that'd be pretty great. But yeah, it's looking like Witchbreaker is the play. Okay. Moonlight butterflies. I guess technically. So we do this for now. That before I do that rest, go try for Bawal. So I will need that. 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 Of nature proficiency. Did I take that? No, so I do need the Idol Sylvanas. That's the wrong person. Draw Girl's Greatsword, get you multiple crits in the Colossal Onslaught. No, it would just crit that one target. Because it's making an individual attack roll against everything in the area. It's not like, if I forked a many-target arrow off of the exposing bite target, that should also crit everyone else. So that's an option for doing it in an AoE scenario, if I want to. That did also give me a spell slot to use Charm Person, so that's nice. So Pool Drip the Zealous is the mark here. I need Pool Drip out of the dialogue area.
It's been careful footwork. Have to keep going. Best get in and out. I can take what I please.
Actually got it first try, that's kind of crazy.
Waste a step.
Walk into here, triggers the dialogue.
These beings are... You said...
+4 total. Do strength.
You feel the presence...
Don't do it. Shut it, you!
Bow before Bawal's chosen. Okay. It's the full XP and Bawal's Benediction. Quick and easy. Wife Peepo happy. Oh no, did you make it? I can't see it. Can you send it to me, Danny? Doesn't like to update while I'm live. Wish that didn't cost me an ally. I would love Benediction. Yeah. Yeah. Show him the strength check. I haven't tried that one. Yeah, no problem. It's just anything that gets you to the dialogue option where you can say bow before Paul is chosen. So that's any method of, like, causing Balwal to temporarily be depowered. So that is either succeed nature into the passive nature into that, or succeed the active arcana, and then you choose persuasion, strength, or intelligence. Done. Thank you. That's great. The exact same time a spam bot messaged me. Just as a PSA, do not click links from anyone in your DMs under suspicious circumstances. Even if it's someone you know, their account could have been compromised, but especially if it's someone you don't know, do not click links. And if someone is opening, someone who has, for example, a mutual server with you is opening a DM with you by just saying something like, hey, how was your day? And you don't know who they are, what they are doing there is they are bypassing the spam filter by making sure their first message doesn't have a link. Don't click links. They can hijack your account, bypass your two-factor authentication.
Excellent armor. Strange
Safe out
place
there.
to find it.
Saying there's no buff shard in my area, I'm sorry to say. But this is why we have mods. One alter to Grove Defense I've liked is Minthara Locker Room Ambush, about half the XP, no setup or need to long rest. Lately I have been just ambushing Minthara in her normal hangout location, just because I'm too lazy to do Grove Defense. But especially post-patch 8, Grove Defense is very worth doing, because you get those additional goblins in the Grove on the following day. Like, not only does it tag all the druids as allies, which makes killing a lot of them easier later. You can do things like perilous stakes on them. But it creates an extra goblin encounter on the following day. It's the extra enemies that you fight during the defense as well, some of whom even have, like, smoke powder bombs. It's hard for me to justify not doing it, even though I have been not doing it lately. Need to find out how to get Minthara to not click smite against me. I think if you lower her strength enough, she won't do it.
Something over there.
Like, you can get her to a point where she just clicks disengage and nothing else. What am I doing? My brain is short-circuiting.
That's curious.
Wait for the XP. And now the question is, do I still want the Warlock level beyond right now? I don't really have bombs to deal with the gift in a satisfying way. Spec vendors. If I can get enough bombs together, we'll fight the Githyanki.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have
Those
much
are bombs.
to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
Yes, she is cataloging.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Forgot to check Dareth.
Such an accelerated rate.
Six. I think +7 makes it.
Of course, it was Bibblebang.
Will be no point. in
Probably
lingering
should
around
pop a
with the noble
vigilance.
stock. Have I got everything then?
Didn't even get Shield of Faith on this rest.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Have to keep going.
Go for Amulet of the Unworthy before doing this. That's shopping with Smuggler's Ring on again. L. Try to get Amulet of the Unworthy. I know I have the HP from Absolute Talisman on, but this will also work as a good trial run to see how I do against high damage output enemies.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Just out of range. Let's do this.
Very well. First step is the hardest.
Play to my outs. Not to knock him prone. Changes decision making.
Softer than a whisper.
to fight the other one yet.
Light on my feet. Can't slow down.
Okay.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon. Should mind my step. Look at that beast. Seems almost too big to take flight. More best be on my way. Just out of view.
Secure.
Let's get this over with.
Here to speak with Dad with her in the crash. Where is her corpse located? Couldn't find it. It is right by the front entrance. You know, the room where the one has the ring of arcane synergy. It's in that room. Don't you go over there.
With haste.
If Yankee Crush is one scary place, it certainly can be, yeah.
Best be on my way.
That's all the last place commander in the place is Wizard. That's not particularly difficult. Wizard has a great matchup into being outnumbered. Always depends on your build and your strategy.
Facing that lot would... Free for the taking.
Lots of answers to that kind of problem. There. Here.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. May the gods take you first.
Baratha will make it up here. But I think I abandoned my original
Path
plan.
lies before me.
Can I get out of this without using another bomb? That'd be ideal. I only have 38 HP. I could Dread Ambusher, hide. I can land 2 Eldritch Blasts. Why is this terrain the way it is? She's ready to party.
Better be cautious.
Yeah, do that. Miss both of them. Incredible stuff. Ugh. She'd maybe go prone if I did this. But that would depend on how that interacts with her being on fire.
Maybe I should... No, this is good.
Yeah, not favorably.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Really? Just barely not enough. Alright, fine. Interesting play, Beretha. Instead of climbing up and astral stepping to me, she went and avoided the burning surface. Alright, she's throwing. Sure. I ain't gonna argue. And parry the floor, what a poser.
What's inside?
See, a rogue could parry the floor. But actually...
Unusual runes are etched on the slate, forming an array of arcs and circles. And the slate also reveals.
What next? Falcon. How much do I care about trying to squeeze my way to level 7? Kind of don't. So it's long rest, then figure out what I want to do about Minthara, Raglan, and stuff. Sounds good, Mick. could sell that too, I suppose. Yeah, sickleable wall, alongside red cap sickles is interesting because regular sickles are 1d4, these are 2d4.
Don't mind if I do. Let's have a look.
Ah. Alright, let's think about build, let's think about plan.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
While I also think about food.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
I don't know why I was doubled up, but I like it. Cat. Don't. It'd be so cool if my app worked. Hold on. Do I want to pretend I'm not a 30-something-year-old in poor health and get some wings? Pretend that won't wreck me about 5 hours from now? Yes. I know the exact same feeling. Getting old sucks, yeah. Take a while to get here, though. That's the thing. I think I'm kind of hungry on a shorter timetable. Keep talking. Very much trying not to have a mental breakdown over being even older soon. Here's the thing. You stay active, you take good care of yourself. Like, you doesn't mean anything. Means absolutely nothing. What was I doing? I got distracted by not liking any of my food options and petting my cat. Should I eat you? The government said I would. Should I eat you? Long rest in Goblin Camp? That is what I said. Thank you. What do you
Looking
want?
at something. Another quirk of my I've never even seen this face. My face is just some dark What? And what do you see? Exactly. Oh. Go on. Very good. But
I need a quick word.
Explain how to get Patriarch's memory. Wiki still confuses me. Entirely luck-based. Yo, David. It is just a chance to get it whenever you are successfully getting like a positive outcome from the mirror. Or more accurately, whenever you're attempting to get a buff from the mirror. I should phrase it that way. But fully random. So I guess in theory the way you maximize your chances is by rolling as many times as you can after having prayed successfully. But you don't have too much control over that.
I know I haven't said. Our relation was no matter of pride.
What, Ryan looking so good today? Obviously. Asta Ryan always looks good, Kels. We know this. Same.
All the more reason to find him.
I just wanted to be included.
In fact, none of us can. Agreed. There's not much.
Fight the urge to tell my therapist she's looking really pretty yesterday. Didn't want to be creepy. It can be hard to navigate, you know, not so much how to place compliments, because it's easy to compliment people without being weird, but the part is how people receive them. So yeah, I get having anxiety over that. I don't think it would have been weird to be like, hey, you look nice today, I like your outfit, or whatever, but you never know how someone receives that. Especially in a professional setting. Excuse me, HR. I had a lot of bows on me. We could farm money for a while. I'm out of bombs. I want to check all my vendors too. Considering abducting Mole somewhere. That's just such a bad thing to say. I didn't like the mouthfeel of that. Specifically so that I can knock out Mole for money every day without triggering a crime response that I have to deal with. That wasn't much better.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Yeah, that made it better. Yeah. Give you this mouthfeel. Oh. One. Kidnapping and robbing orphan children. I mean, when you put it that way.
I had a feeling you'd be back. Anything else? You've been a...
Can't risk being an
Never
open
see
view.
us coming.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Let's see what you're hiding. Very well.
Entire building properly.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Ooh, elixirs. I am in need of that kind of thing. Get some more arse oil. Yeah, I'll sell the teddy bear and the toy block that I just acquired. I found it somewhere.
This'll do.
Let's try out... Exposing Bite crit Eldritch Blast? Yeah, let's try that out.
Still alive and progress. Don't want to draw any attention. Breathe deep and move. Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby. Hey.
No surprise? Boo. Guess no Eldritch Blast this time. What could I do instead? Hey, variable element. Thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate it. I can go for Big Dread Ambusher. Exposing Bite. So I don't have a Strength Elixir or anything on right now. Even got the Mortal Reminder frightened.
Tanks for Strem.
Don't waste a step.
Let's investigate that. Yeah, not bad. So the appeal of Eldritch Blast would have been that I could crit on 2 beams, so that'd be 2d20, or not 2d20, excuse me, 4d10. And then 4d6 necrotic from Hex. Certainly not bad. Let's keep checking our vendors. Crater Flesh about to go crazy in this run. Yeah, when does Crater Flesh not? But, yeah.
I have something to ask.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare.
Many target arrows are cool
There's
here.
more than we can carry.
Rat-Bat go Giga with this setup? Yeah. I didn't use the Rat-Bat last run. Do I get to use it this run as a treat? Just a little bit of Rat-Bat? I've been good.
Something the matter? Oh. Statue of Seluna. This ruin must have been dedicated to her. Seluna. Let's do what we have to do. No matter. I'll breathe. We don't have time for this. Besides, I already explained myself. Is your
We'll know who's...
No one's saying praise be.
something the matter? I don't know what you mean. It's nothing, really.
That rolled good. I'll cast a Scorching Ray with Arse Oil, set up the highest possible damage of this.
You're not going to. Now that you have the
Probably.
truth, please don't make a big fuss about it.
Probably. And interestingly, because Druid is full caster, of course, I would still have the spell progression to get 6th level Scorching Ray if I wanted to go that route. Like, I could go Evocation Wizard. Arcane Synergy still only applies one time with Rat-Bat, still can't find use for Arcane Synergy items on most builds. Yeah, it's tough to justify. Like, the helmet, you could justify inside of, like, Act 2 finale, I suppose, if you are getting your casting stat up high enough with the Char buffs. But beyond that, I find very little use for it. Not before that point, not after that point. Evocation Wizard with that dog in her. Like, I'm thinking about it. I think going... some kind of dip to pick up weapon proficiencies. Though, Druid gets a Great Club, right?
True. I didn't. Gladly. The wound on my hand. Pain is sacred to followers of Lady. Nobody's ever given. There's scarcely. Thank you. I should have known you'd be understand. You already know my biggest. Well, I like night
I know your
hits
biggest.
and can't swim.
Sorry.
Is that the sort of thing you meant? It's a deal. I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can just talk about freely. Very. I assume you've heard of her?
Arcane's energy depends on the number I find. Less than 4, I tend to skip for other things, yeah. Arcane Charge is flat 2 damage, doesn't benefit from vulnerability, something I've never tested before. So if the instance is vuln, then it pops up as a separate number.
My Lady Shah, but we shed those cloaks. There's often suffering. I think I did well by joining you. Most agreeable company.
We could shark. Went from, she just called me stupid last time we spoke, and now she's like, alright, you can get it.
May the darkness protect you, if you're sure.
Hey, Nico. Being a Salunite and talking to Shadowheart's still some of my favorite dialogue. She's so tilted by you. I mean, she's trying pretty hard to be angry. Isn't adding damage die where it's at? Yeah, adding damage die is where I would really want to go. So, like, Psionic Overload Hex on big upcast Scorching Ray with, Greater Flesh or Spellmite. Obviously, Greater Flesh. Picking up Hex and Scorching Ray while still being able to do a 6th level. We gotta plan that out. That is most likely going in the direction of Lore Bard. But I kind of want extra attack too. So what if I just go 10 Swords Bard? 2 Druid, 10 Swords Bard. For Magical Secrets, I can pick up a couple things. Let's look at the Magical Secrets list. I can pick up Scorching Ray if I really want it. I could pick up Hex. Would get Eldritch Blast if I wanted that, but meh. Contagion is there. And it would feel not great to not take Contagion, but this is level 12 stuff by the time I'm there. I kind of like the idea of that. Only got 2 cold damage from Arcane Charge and a Wet Ice Storm. That's interesting. So it's like true damage. Yeah, I think we end up going Swords Bard. Since you named this Bite Club and advocating for Fangs of the Fire Snake stuff. Yeah, we could definitely mess around with that in the short term. Like, we could set up a crit Fangs somewhat smoothly. Once we have enough levels to get Monk extra attack. That'd be level 7. Which is advertising a speedrun category where 90% of streamers aren't doing speedruns at all, you included. Huh? I don't have a speedrun tag on my stream, do I? No. No, I don't. Well, that's weird. Hi, Rox.
Always room for more.
go trade with Roa. Would be like quite gold. It's okay, I still saw it on my mind's eye, dude.
Need something?
Yeah, I'll take Speedbot. Necrotic Res Elixir? Too useful to not grab. Or like Quag Gold, because you're like valuable and stuff. Got him. That was very nice of you to say. See, this reminds like Quag Gape. Oh no. I seen it. Have a nice storm. Automod didn't like... It's an emote, Automod. What are you doing? Second class chatter. Incredibly common Automod L.
Play.
Surprised it didn't involve front farts or lady butts and it blocked it. Front farts? I was gonna say it's too early in the day to talk about front farts, but it's 2 p.m. I do need to figure out food. Yes, front farts make me hungry. You're not you when you're queefing. Well, then who are you? Who are you? Or have you never been more yourself? It's an interesting hypothesis. Do you think it's like the Flash, where all the speedsters in the Flash are connected to the Speed Force? Is there like a Queef Force, where briefly you're part of a greater whole? um. It's rare we go a stream without singing Blink 182. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Control with the pin from the top roof. They doing control. I ordered food. Donkin. So, spec-wise, I think we want to pivot to War Ranger. Temporarily. Usually you want to pin first, then enter, I guess. I mean, some people do the pinning after the entering. And that's what Control did. Yeah, let's respec. I'm thinking 2 Druid, 4 Ranger. Oh, this would be the time to get out of Bloom territory. Do I lose any proficiencies I care about? I lose Warhammer. I need martial proficiency for Warhammers and battle axes, and I do want to do battle axe stuff. Eventually. That can wait. That can certainly wait. My initiative goes to shit without the Gloom level, though. Be able to stay ranged for a little bit.
Dost thou require a new ally?
Down to 10 wisdom. Don't need medicine anymore. Guess we go religion. I'd rather go insight, actually. Cantrips still Thorn of Guidance. We have a prospective customer in our office tomorrow. 1, customers never come to our office, and 2, I have to dress up. I'm about to quit. See, I relate to that because I don't even know where my non-casual clothes are these days. Alright, we're dropping spores. We're going to Moon here. Starting Ranger would give you better saving throw proficiencies, but, meh. Let's go Wasteland Wander... Poison? Sure. Yeah. Still Ranger Knight. Still Ranger Knight. That deep, dark section of the closet, unseen by human eyes and ears. Dueling makes sense for throwing. Let's Still take Hunter's Mark here. We take Longstrider. Something of a wasted Wanderer myself. Cheers. You can't sleep there. I take Tavern Brawler. Okay, we're at 18 strength. Naturally. Let's go create Water Charm Person as our prep spells. Okay. Big strength naturals. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, to get Shield of Faith. Hopefully Dareth or Kit.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Stock and Guileful Movement, there we go. It's easy as that. This is why Dareth Bonecloak is in fact my wife.
Better wait till the hubbub's died down.
Eat.
Can't give up now.
Eat.
Okay. Question is how I want to handle Minthara. Probably try to knock her out. So that means
Best be on my way.
I want the AC gloves from the mimics. Did you propose to her with Noble Stock, the mushroom? No, we just didn't put labels on it.
Something's on my
Chiseling
mind.
is remarkably intricate. The past is... Well, let's see what you've got.
Take another Scorching Ray. Do I want to remove Curse? It's kind of out of budget. I'll actually hold off on the Scorching Ray too, for now. Who up Mokte and they Virtute? Anyone? I had to make the joke. You got it, you know?
Hope this ends well.
Hope this ends well. As she jumps. Yeah, that's relatable.
Trap. Be cautious.
Am I over here? There was a reason I was here. Must not have been important. Let's go to the mimics. If you were to defeat the Dwargar, get Bliss Spores, would Glut still be available as a follower, get Shield of Faith? Yes. Doable. Doable. You just, never bring Glut to the lake to confirm the Dwargar kills. I don't even tell him that I killed Gek. Just don't bring him there. And then you could keep, recruiting him and whatnot. Watching your streams convinced me I should actually try using Fleet Fingers. They're so good. Just the impact on your mobility, especially when you do have bonus action dash, either from, you know, click heals or from, you know, expeditious retreat, from being a raging eagle barbarian, having cunning action from rogue, any flavor of it. It just gives you so much mobility because you can also scale that jump distance. But not only are you doubling your movement speed, you're then getting a jump that could be, even without much investment right now. I can jump 26 meters. Didn't know Cloak Heals works with it. I thought it wasn't a dash. It's not. But dashes or takes a similar action. So it's close enough to dash that Fleet Fingers are like, yeah, good enough. So just the combination of Fleet Fingers, Boots of Speed. Grady has dubbed the combo Click Fingers, and I think that's a very good name. I should have done this while I still had the Minor Illusion.
No hesitation. This calls for careful footwork.
Oh, you died? I didn't mean to kill you. Right, I have Tavern Brawler. Where'd my hammers go? Is it okay? I don't think so. Where'd my light hammers go? Fine, no hammers.
Softer than a whisper.
I guess no XP either, but...
Step is the hardest. All right, time to skulk about.
Okay, that one survived. I don't know why that one just fully died. That was crazy.
Just out of view. Out of sight, out of mind.
I should have done that to begin with.
You've made a grave mistake. No hesitation. Breathe quiet. Move with care. All right. Don't want to draw any attention. All right, time to skulk about.
That should help.
Should get started.
I have a mechanics question. Does anyone know if Elemental Depth Acid works with both the Dilophosaurus Bite and Acid Breath, including the ability to never roll a 1? Looks in the code it does. So, Elemental Depth isn't as good as it presents itself, PD. It's not that you never roll a 1, it's that you re-roll the first one. It's only once. But yes, it works on all damage attributed to you of the appropriate type. But be aware that it won't prevent everyone. So if you happen to roll a 1 on the reroll, it'll still suck. Acid resistance also isn't very common for what it's worth. So I think you could easily justify taking something else. But we are Dilophosaurus enjoyers here, so welcome in.
Death won't take me yet. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Breathe quiet, move with care. Can't risk being in open view.
Evan, what are you doing? How long have you been a cat? You cat here often?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
No idea why those are doubled up today. It happens sometimes.
No hesitation. I don't need any attention right now. Out of sight, out of mind. That's a friendly-looking shadow. This calls for careful footwork. Right, time to skulk about. Better be cautious. Just out of view.
Out here growling. My cat, funny enough.
Be cautious. That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Dog sitting hookup may be ending. Brother's girlfriend might break up. I'm a horrible person. So I'm sad I won't be dog sitting anymore. Not that I'll be going through a breakup. Doesn't make you a horrible person. You formed an emotional connection to a dog.
Move with care.
It's understandable. Oh, I remember what I was going over there for.
Don't waste a step.
I remember.
Get going. What was that watchword? Looks splendor.
Athlete feet doesn't really help the pounce distance, unlike jump, since limited by movement speed. If the pounce is considered enough of a jump by the game, it will help. I don't know this specific instance, but I would be surprised if it didn't. Like, it works on Relentless Lunge from the Slayer, Crushing Leap from the Owlbear. Those are things that are not explicitly jump. Works on the Fleet Fingers jump. Anything jump-like. It even works on Bladesong Climax. So it should work. But I won't say with certainty that it does in every case. think it's coded different since the jump's a targeted ability. Right, the pounce on Dino and Panther, you can target a creature, whereas you can't with a lot of the other things I mentioned. However, you can... the Eagle Barb thing, that is also targeted at a creature and it works. So, it's possible it still does. But definitely worth testing.
Step carefully. There's a trap. More for me.
Ooh, move first. There we go. So now, if I get on Guileful Movement... probably handle Minthara.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
The past is... Well, let's see
Need to
what
figure out what my actual attacks are going to be. I could go for a Psionic Overload. Being enlarged also makes sense. So, assuming I pre-threw a speed pot on the ground, what would my options be? Do I have a Fire Shield scroll for safety? I can try to shop for one from Roa. I like having a Fire Shield for when I'm knocking out Minthara because they can also non-lethal.
Need something? Play.
I was really scared I could have Halcyon or Glut put Stone Skin on me before this, but I don't think I am.
What they do ain't exactly fighting.
It's your. Chat, is it time to tell him whose turn it is?
I didn't mean nothing by it. You like
still.
Hordes of hunters and a few pariahs who carry the powder kegs. What they do ain't exactly fighting. All they gotta do is light up a powder and ban. It's your turn to round up more spiders.
Fuck, this happened so fast? What do you mean? Yeah, this song's been around for a bit. It's been a community meme for a while. Let's start this in wolf shape. What happened to my speed pots? Did I not have substantially more speed pots than this? What song even is this? Say made it. Apparently my potions of speed have gone missing. Alright, I'll use the haste spore grenade, I guess.
Out of sight, out of mind.
What are we lining up here? Let's go here. Could go for a fire dip. I think going for Hunter's Mark makes more sense. I could Psionic Overload Hunter's Mark. Get real juicy with the next turn. No, I could Psionic Overload Hunter's Mark and do Dread Ambush or melee. Yeah, that's the play.
Excellent.
Pretty juicy.
time to press ahead.
Get freedom movement, elixir. Elixir of guileful movement. Could have gone a little lower AC. Kind of impeding her ability to hit me. Didn't love having to use haste spore to set that up, but don't really know what happened to my speed pots, but we take those.
I need a little extra edge.
Hey, Sal. Don't feel bad about using that. Here you go. Sadly, you're not able to pounce your full jump distance with enhanced leap and jump potions work though. So it's specifically athlete that's the issue there. So that's interesting to note. Talk about fire snake potential. Would that be with magic clubs? They work well with wolf bites. The magic clubs wouldn't work on wolf bites at all. The fangs boost might. But yeah, like I could magic club there. What 3 feats did you take for Dino then? Tavern Brawler, Resilient, Mobile. I would probably take Alert. I don't like Tavern Brawler on Wild Shapes in Patch 8 because I feel it's too strong. That is a point of disgust for me personally, but if you were trying to get stronger, yeah. Note that Tavern Brawler will cause, if you're using Psionic Overload, will cause the self-damage from that to go up as well. So be aware of that, be ready to mitigate that. You'll probably want to be on Psychic Res Elixir or on Universal Res all the time if you're doing like Psionic Overload, Resonant Stone to scale your damage higher. And Dino really likes Psionic Overload because it goes on both instances. The bites are 2 instances. So probably if you're trying to maximize Tavern Brawler, Alert, and then you have a floater, it'll be depending on whether you're needing to get to a particular stat bracket or whether you want the movement speed from mobile, for example. Depending on what you did with Mirror of Loss, what you did with Hag Hair, what you did with Potion of Everlasting Vigor, you may not need Resilient to even out a stat at all. In which case you could then go mobile. But Resilient to get up to another Dex bracket or Strength bracket always makes sense. Can we kill that goblin? No, he's chilling. He's doing his thing. He's a national treasure.
You took a light.
No, I didn't. I don't think that's the thing that happened. Or between doing a thematic Dragonborn dinosaur build or a 6 arcane archer, 6 glamour bard, cupid build using beguiling arrows to spread charm. Hey, why not both? Do one run with one, then one with the other. Both sound like fun concepts.
Can't risk being in open view.
Really threaded the needle with that throw.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon. Step carefully. You
Trying to interrupt my prey, cause I'm loyal to McGlubbiet. Cause I ain't having my head. Thanks.
I haven't talked to him in a while. Just wanted to see what he had to say.
swift as my feet can carry me.
Oh, you're welcome. What happened to my speed pots? I swear I had, like, way more of them. Bothering me. Got time for another build question? Sure. Trying to osmosis some game knowledge from that wrinkly brain of yours. I'm always happy to talk shop. I have a sweet pot. Is Mole conscious today? I need to check on that. I need to go in 2 Tempest Cleric for armor proficiency, 6 Divination Wizard, support die sound fun, 4 Sorcerer for meta matching a second beat. Want to focus on trying to maximize cantrip value via Twin Quicken spell. Any thoughts on the leveling order? Things I might not be taking into consideration. I don't really feel as if you need the second Cleric level there. But I suppose if you just kind of have a level 3, it's whatever, it makes sense. I don't think Port and Die are going to be as effective for the concept you're doing as you would want them to be, because there's no saving throw based effects that I feel are in this wheelhouse that that I think Port and Die would matter for. So I kind of questioned those levels, especially because yeah, just an awkward floating level. It's like the directions you could go with cantrip stuff, increasing your sorcerer levels or increasing your cleric levels, if not both, have interesting applications. Like going Storm Sorcerer 6 gives you Heart of the Storm, which is pretty fun if you had Tempest Cleric 6, because then you're doing a giant AoE knockback every time you click Shock and Grasp. And that's funny. Partner's playing a Gloom Rogue, it's less experienced in the game, trying to fix some bad rolls, see if Cation make more sense for a solo run. So you're doing divination for that. Okay. Okay. Let me look at the level 6 divination feature real quick, see if that's worth it at a glance. So divination school, additional port and die. When taking a short rest, receive a set of prophecies. Complete them to regain missing port dice. So I suppose if you're not willing to long rest super often, then level 6 for expert divination makes sense. Are you guys long resting a lot? Leveling order is so awkward because I'll want to keep my spellcasting modifier as int. Any particular reason for that? Trying to cut down because she won't need many. Gotcha. Guess I don't need it to be int. Because, like, sure, if it's int, you could somewhat fix your accuracy with Warped Headband, but that's only going to take you to the baseline accuracy a level 1 character with well-allocated stats could have at the cost of your helmet slot. So, like, at the end of the day, meh. Like, if you're picking up your offensive spells from Sorcerer, even if your primary casting stat drifts off of Charisma, or is something other than Charisma, it's still going to go off that Charisma, right? And with Tempest Cleric, you're not picking up any attack roll stuff on the cantrip side of things. Unless you take Produce Flame, which, like, why?
Swing and swivel and wait. Wait. Now lunge. Excellent.
On help rolls, really recommend 6 Divination, 6 Wild Magic Sorcerer. Like, Wild Magic Sorcerer is awesome for ensuring consistency on rolls with some metagamey behavior. But I don't think it's the way I would go for supporting someone else having a first-time experience. I would probably go more Lore Bard for that, use Cutting Words to reduce enemy rolls. And then you'd have Bardic Inspiration to help ally rolls. Because Wild Magic Surges could also get in the way of the co-op partner's fun. Now, that'll only happen at a small percentage chance if you cast a leveled spell, so it's unlikely to happen, but it could happen. It's better first-time experience than being turned into a sheep. Not being turned into a sheep. Multi-class stuff hurts my brain. Like, what if you learn scrolls, respec what happens? They will stay as part of your wizard spellbook. Anything that you scribe is tied to your wizard levels. So it'll always be it.
Right. I've got food, water, my dagger.
No matter what your current stat is. Your scroll stat will be the most recent caster class that you put level 1 into. The exception to this caster thing is that Monk and Barbarian also change your stat. Why am I here? What was I doing? I came here for a reason. I don't know what it is. Oh, I was checking to see if Mole's conscious. Also, just like having such a wide toolkit from being a wizard, the core want to help support a positive experience. Yeah, keep in mind, with wizard, your toolkit isn't necessarily, like, much wider. It certainly can be, though. Oh, hey, my food's here. I'll be right back. Hello. Tots. You eating? Mm-hmm. Okay, is Maul conscious today? Yeah.
I had a feeling you'd be back. Anything else? You've been not long until we...
We're up to my money, but it's fine. Just want to make sure I don't complete kill the goblin leaders while Mole's unconscious, because the game will think she's dead. You know if the Frighten roll from Banshee Buff Frighten happens before the effects Arcane Archer arrows? I don't know the order of operations there. I would assume simultaneous, but if not simultaneous, I would guess Banshee would happen before.
Bloody racket.
Oh, come on now. They're just having a bit of fun.
Aye, so much fun.
Anything else? Oh, I got a burger here, too. I just want to deal with Rattleskin before I start eating something messy.
Could have.
Surprised. I place another bomb throw there next turn. Ocean Clouds till long rest, they're forever. Maybe they go away on long rest, but I wasn't aware that they did. Guess I could have gone with the Scorching Ray there. It's okay. Really? Stop jiggling. There we go. Thank you. Never mind. No thank you. Thanks, retracted. Is the wolf wolfing? The wolf's wolfing. That's what so far. It's good. We nearly knocked out Minthara in one hit. Thanks to Exposing Bite. Setting that up nicely. We're about to be done with Act 1 in a moment. Oh. Absolute's power while he's raging hurts. But he has to roll a 20 to take me through, really. With the strength drain we put on him. Roll the 20. By the way, doing an extra encounter and mini boss run for the first time, walking up to a level 8 monster standing by Fowler was quite the shock, yeah. That folks is why we get crit immunity? Oh yeah.
I'll take that.
And when not biting, basic low-level ranger stuff. For now. Let's wait level 7. Ain't gonna pivoting into monk? Maybe.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
That hammer? It's from the one version of Conjure Minor Elemental that has a weapon. Failing stealth there was good.
Maybe I should. No, this is good.
Gloves on. Whoops. Imagine being punished. Didn't really mean to start a new combat there, but we take those. Reason why I kept Guileful Movement on is because Warlock Grease. Right, backlash with this next battle. I really just want my person to be held up. I can relate to that. Guess we'll get some Call the Weak damage out of that. Turn again, ready? I want to eat my fucking food. Guess this shows the importance of positioning. They were never able to, except for one archer who had to do it at point blank, they were never able to make rolls against me. They never had an angle. Love doing that. Threw him at the hinge. Took impact damage. Crushed by the brazier, which then exploded.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Still have the outdoor crowd. I don't feel like fighting them right now. Oh, forgot to save Murkon. Whoopsie. It'd be like that sometimes, you know? You win some, you lose some. And that includes children. Merc who? Sorry, Merc off? You went from Merc on to Merc off.
A scout, and I took a collection. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells.
So Merc over. No, I've never done that that sheep thing, so I've never cared enough to. Maybe it's like Schrodinger's cat. Is he actually dead if we don't see it? Fair point. I'm willing to cope.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Work on you will really be missed. Oh, that's not true. He's a good kid. He did nothing wrong. I feel bad for him. Unfortunately for him, it's just really hard to remember to save his life. So I missed out on 15 XP. Wait, doesn't Murkon have 15 gold on him? Is that a coincidence?
I cannot imagine taking to.
But you kept your word.
Shut up, Nettie.
I'll give it a shot.
There are few people in this game, few NPCs that I enjoy killing more than I enjoy killing Nettie. I actually can't think of one off the top of my head. Like, for me, she's up there with, like, Azador, Leroican, you know, she's up there. Why the Nettie hate? So, aside from the part where she tries to murder you when you want help, she, as a healer, tries to murder you, and has been doing the same with at least a couple other people. Aside from her trying to then enlist you to go find Halson when she is unwilling to do anything about it. Aside from, if Kaga gives the order, Nettie's role in the little act of genocide that the druids then commit is casting Flaming Sphere at refugees as they cower in a prison. The druidic equivalent of you know, fucking phosphorus bombing refugees. Yeah, the dog abuser goes there, Oscar goes there. There's a very inhabited tier of shitty NPCs that should all get theirs. The kill slowly crew. To be fair, a lot of people told her to do things they weren't willing to do themselves. Yeah, but fairly few of them are genocidal. Actually, tieflings have fire resist, so it's not a war. You would definitely see that on Twitter and Faerun if that were a thing, right?
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
And Nettie, the dog abuser, the Emperor, Leroican, all in a room. You have one bullet. Who's getting it? Nettie. I wish I could say it was close. It wasn't. It be like that? Yep. No, fine. Brogan just released his new AI chatbot and told me the tieflings did 9/11. Leroican would totally be a tech bro, wouldn't he? Alright, who would be worse in Faerun? Tech bros or finance bros? Finance bros, we already Gortash, finance bros. Oh. Sadly, you can't arrow many targets curving shot Baneblade, but you can curving shot on like a fire arrow and just blow them all up, right? Fucking dragon coin. Just eats at the weave to generate value. I hate it. Instead of the blockchain, you would have like the Bane chain. Magical crypto is not something I wanted to think about. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Don't mind if I do. Need to find a way forward. Just out of view. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
And seems a tad outdated. It isn't. Build's still subject to change very frequently. That can't fit stylish yet cozy, right?
No, no, an Albert.
First in my heart.
Everyone seemed strange. Yet we came through for them. But share a bottle with me? We should wait a little while. No.
Yeah, I've decided we're sharding. Back here, Ferilla. Okay. No bite for Bork. Bork is louder than bite, you know? What does that even mean?
Buzz of celebration. There is one who yearns your heart skip.
Finally.
You made it. Come here. Sit with me. So eager. I'm surprised it took you this long. Well, to begin,
Eden,
I
Borger.
think a toast is in order. Any suggestions?
It's a friendship. Let's go with victory.
Dominant. self-centered, savoring another's loss. I like it. To victory. Now tell me something about yourself. And no tadpoles, dragons, marauding goblins, or anything like that. Something about you.
The friendship here is diabolical. What, you think I shouldn't tell her that she's just like one of the bros? I shouldn't tell Sharth that she's like a sister to me? You're like a sister to me, but geotagged to Alabama. Yeah, yeah. Picking up my food.
I can sympathize. Truly. Don't stop now. Not just as things are getting interesting. Sounds like you just need a little more liquid inspiration. There's still plenty of wine, and the whole night is ahead of us.
Did you rank the companion's approach to dating Tav, Quag?
Nearly light.
I think we're gonna have to put
the others will be awake soon.
Alson in last place, as per usual. Closely followed by Gale. I think Gale and Astarion are competing for that second to last place. Probably Shard after that. Will is just kind of green flags. You don't like the Gale roommates? I didn't say that. I just said his approach is something to be desired. Shard is so debonair. I mean, in one of her paths, she tries to dump you for religious reasons, which I think is an L. Remember, Astarion will flat out tell you the only reason he got involved with you at all was to manipulate you. Karlach's just horny. Will's just crybaby daddy's boy? I don't think you actually have paid attention to a single thing Will has said in the game, Sneaky Link. I don't think you've ever listened to him talk. Not even once. Considering Will gave up his life of privilege, his relationship with his father, his home, everything, in service of other people. And then later explicitly states that he does not regret doing so. He was right to do so. He would do it again. Yeah, daddy's boy. Total crybaby. his response to being doomed to an eternity fighting as a shapeless, mindless blob in the Blood War, his response is, it was still the right thing to do. Total crybaby.
What?
Father this, father that, couldn't take it, had to get him out of the party. Sounds like you had another problem with Will that you're not admitting to yourself, because he barely talks about his dad. In fact, he hides that from you to begin with. He literally hides it.
I know. But
Maybe
you're
be honest
sweet
with
to
yourself.
notice. Thank you for last night. Me too.
She trails off. You read an invitation in her eyes.
I don't think I've seen a lot of Will's romance scenes. Should do that sometime. It's very wholesome. It's, very, you know, he wants to do the whole fairy tale thing. He's a total dork about it, too.
That didn't hurt, did it? Good to know. For the future. Let's head back.
Your opinions on early access Will versus release Will? I know a lot less about early access Will than I would like to. But I do think that it makes sense that they pivoted from having him be a subversion of a classic hero to playing that trope straight. Because look at every other companion in the camp. They needed a grounded character who very much is who he is, who is the, you know, the very typical lawful good, always do the right thing type guy, right? Because it has him bounce well off the other characters. So I think it was the right decision to change course there.
They become shadow. Long. If you can find this place, the decision is yours. But I'd favor. You've already been. I've long sought to. Do you not?
Wasn't early access his whole personality like hating goblins and being a dick, kind of. Also didn't play, that's what I've heard. Was not lawful good, he's a good guy. You've not experienced his whole story, Wrath enough. Will is lawful good. A huge part of his characterization in the late game is belief in the system. The institution of the Flaming Fists, the Dukes of Baldur's Gate, Baldurin as a cultural pillar. That's a huge part of his character. But yeah, with early access, well, I believe he was also, like, faking some of his heroic accolades and stuff. He's a poser. Duke Ravengard has only been kidnapped and used as a proxy for the Absolute to infiltrate Baldur's Gate. Don't ever talk about that guy. Nope. Never bring that up. Not allowed. That makes you, a daddy's taff. That's the rules there, right?
All's well, I hope. And kissed. But if you want to see where this goes...
Let's go here. So let's go here. really give Will's dialogue a chance? Yes, you should. Interesting, I view him as neutral good because he does what's right regardless of circumstances, consequences to himself. And I think that's a good read, but particularly Act 3 Will, there is a lot of focus on his faith in institutions. Grant's Lae'zel's moral compass? She doesn't have one. I think that one's quite straightforward. She doesn't have one. Lae'zel has whatever values system is currently in place based on whether she's currently indoctrinated or not, and by whom. So, like, she's got that Githyanki mandatory education that Vlaakith is her everything, right? And if you remove that, she will attempt to replace Vlaakith with Orpheus in like, her worldview there. And you can even call her out on this. And she takes it to heart. She doesn't change course right away, but she could take it to heart, and given having that conversation, good approval with her, and playing out her dialogue in a way that gets her as far from Vlaakith as possible, she will choose to find her own path for the first time in her life at the very end of the game. And that is her putting herself in a position where she can decide these things for herself. But in the context of the game, within the confines of the story we see, she never has a moral compass beyond whatever is most compatible with the value system that she identifies with, and that, for most of the game, is that do what Vlaakith would want you to do.
Top lands are clogged with.
Go on. Get.
Looking ahead.
She's also incredibly young, so it makes sense she's been so impressionable, you know, essentially grow up in a cult. Yeah, I mean, she's what, 20, 22, something like that? By human standards, her brain ain't done cooking yet. Main problem with him was so much dialogue up front, and that turned me off. He also wasn't in my party, so I received it all once after Zora came to camp for the first time. Like to Star, because the opposite of that. Yeah, with Will, the way they present his dialogue, they do very much give most of it to you at once in like 3 or 4 different dumps throughout the first 2 acts. He does get some stuff after that, but not much. The primary is like the first dump you get when you first talk to Mizora, and then when you first find out about Ravengard. And you can potentially have all of that dialogue at once, and then there's not much more that gets added. Like, that's most of the character for a while. Brady done cooking. Who's cooking it? We've been traveling together for a while now. You're not well versed in dialogue, are you? Gale girly, but walking through the grove with him for the first time, like, shut up, bro. Am I right in saying the Bloody Great Axe is the only prepare weapon of note before Act 3? You could make edge cases for Exterminator's axe, you know, the one Gek has. But, yeah, for the most part, Bloody Great Axe is the only show in town. Lysandra being here kind of helps you out. Wait, they're in their own combat over there? Huh. I've never seen that happen. So I just don't get a turn. Oh, no, I do. Okay, that was weird, having to combine the combats like that. I've never seen that. Wonder if I should have used Dread Ambusher first. Pretty sure you don't age in the astral, that's why it crashes in the material plane so the kids actually grow up. Correct. Doesn't make much progress, but it gets them closer to call the weak range. Cool, Lysandra's gonna die. Got dressed in my running clothes half an hour ago, still sitting here talking about dumb shit in this dumb little box. It's not dumb shit, it's smart because you're saying it. Fighting Holy Water and Wild Shape with Tavern Brawler. Gross. I could. You think I should? I'm only willing to do this because there's a light right here. Stupid. That's so fucking dumb. I hate it. I hate it so much. See, this is why I don't do Wild Shape Tavern Brawler, because, like, what is this? What is this? Like, what do you mean by this? I'm glad that missed. Punch the water and did more damage. I don't get what happened. So all damage attributed to you is increased by Tavern Brawler while you're Wild Shaped. So I put Holy Water down and destroyed it while I was in Wild Shape. Lysandra got a kill? That's crazy. This dumbass.
Seems like the best way.
Megan? Arrow, please get the kill. Thank you.
Well done. Keep your torch high.
Stop using these modded wild shapes and you'll see how much Druid needs Tavern Brawler to be like this. Oh, yeah, sorry. I should stop using the modded wild shape that this mod gave me at Druid level 2. You know how fucked up Tavern Brawler is on Druid? Cat shape is a massive damage increase. Because you just set up some AoEs, turn into a fucking cat that can't even really meaningfully do anything, and you're just there, off to the races.
Something's wrong.
Pussy only run. Dandy. What? I don't know, I got nothing. Grabbing the Harper Blade from Jonas's corpse allows you to bring it to Harper Megan in Last Light, or I believe it's 600 gold.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Druid Spike growth immunity persists while wild shaped. Been thinking that'd be a dirty way to use Tavern Brawler. Yeah, wild shape and then just park yourself in the middle. Knock enemies through it. Larger pussies allowed. All bodies are beautiful, trade.
What happened to it?
This place is protected. Must be the refuge the Harpers spoke of.
A way to burn immunity while wild shape. That's just what? Elixir. Fire res elixir.
No shadows here.
Make you immune to burn?
Something
Yep.
must be keeping it at bay.
Several of the elemental resist elixirs do have secondary effects aside from giving you that resistance. Fire makes you immune to burn. Poison makes you immune to being poisoned. Lightning makes you immune to all of the associated secondary conditions. So electrocuted, shocked, jolted.
Here goes nothing.
Do your racial resistances persist? Yes. Racial features just persist, all of them. Like, half-orc savage attacks requires a weapon, so most wild shapes can't benefit, but it's still technically on. So it would still work on retaliation effects triggered by weapon attacks while you're wild shaped. So like, for example, if someone hit you with a bow, or not a bow, I hit you with a longsword while you had fire shield active and you're wild shaped, and they crit you, savage attacks would still work. It's specific to the elixirs, right? Yes. Yeah, just having resistance isn't enough. What happens if you drink a poison reservoir, Nettie? Good question. I've never tried that. I'm turn into a drow here. Bring me pictures of Drider Man.
Your true souls. You bless them too, my queen. Where is their land? What do you mean? This is not Her Majesty's will.
So a lot of people mentioned Drow has advantage here. Yeah, but on the second one, and most classes have an option here. I know Barbarian does, Cleric does, Sorcerer does, Wizard does, Ranger does. I'm not sure. Rogue does? Yeah. I'm not sure about other classes, but most classes. That's Spider-Man? No, that's Drider Man. Intimidation proficiency. We'll go for that.
If it is Her Majesty's will.
You can't be serious. You know what's out there.
What happens when a regular spider gets bitten by radioactive Peter Parker?
She will protect.
On topic of retaliation, can anyone make some sense what happened when Karnas retaliated with legendary action against me? Got a screenshot to post in Discord? Yeah, feel free.
She must.
What am I looking at? It's Drider Man. That's what happens when Peter Parker doesn't give pictures of Spider-Man to lol.
As the sounds fade, there is nothing left but cold, still silence.
Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. He's a Drider. Look out.
Might be useful.
In the Guy Fieri Gortash mod, not only have I seen it, it is currently installed.
You know,
This lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day. Fuck did me a good turn there, didn't you? Yeah, protect your well.
A pixie? Not what
Post
I
it.
expected to run into in these
Take a
parts.
look. You killed Kansev, which triggered the reaction. Yeah, so the reaction is itself bonus psychic damage. It gets all of his damage riders. So it gets the bonus necrotic from Shadow Cursed Undead. Karnas has a passive called Call the Weak where he does bonus slashing damage to anyone who's below half their HP. So the psychic knocked you below half, I'm assuming. And then the slashing happened. That's its own instance, so that also got the bonus damage from Shadow Cursed Undead. I was below before? Okay, so yeah, you were below half, so the Call the Weak damage hit you. So yeah, 2 instances each with bonus necrotic. 45 psychic. It's an average roll, right? It's up to 60. Average-ish. Do I feel like going to talk to Floric? I'll give up 270 XP because I'm fucking lazy. Ketherick is voiced by J. Jonah Jameson. Uh-huh. We just recently in the Discord, this was 2 weeks ago now, I think? Or was this last week? Time's crazy. We watched the first 2 Raimi Spidey movies back to back. All the memes. It's very fun. Sometimes we do movie nights in the Discord. I don't think there's a J. Jonah Jameson mod for Ketherick, but there should be. Absolutely agree. Free on Saturday? We could.
Crates and caravans.
Consider me tentatively in. Okay, yeah, phrasing. Okay, Rathanel, you got me. You got me. I don't always do it on purpose.
What do I have to lose?
Always kill Karnas first to avoid getting Mr. Presidented. Yeah. I'm a half-orc, so I could get away with it. But I don't want to have to. Just finding myself blown away by the score all over again. So good. Yeah, like... It really shows me how... media illiteracy has been a thing for far longer than people want to admit. Has been a central thing in, like... modern media analysis and consumption, because you really had people saying with their whole chest that the MCU was the best show in town. It's like... For real? Oh yeah. And to clarify, there's been more than a few things in that cinematic universe that I've enjoyed, and I do think it is definitely overhated. A large portion of the critique is not serious critique, it's various forms of reactionary politics, looking for an outlet where they feel they have control, which is, you know, screaming, crying, throwing their shit at the walls anytime there's any sort of woman, person of color, religious minority depicted favorably. They get mad at those things.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Now, outside of that, there's some truly dogshit writing.
To be cautious.
Damage afterwards from Sonic Overload, I assume. Weird that sometimes rock on you. Yeah, like So Black mentioned, if you have Iron Vine, then you hit yourself with that too. So you do have to be careful of using things like Iron Vine Shield, with Sonic Overload setups.
This calls for careful footwork. What path lies before me?
Quag, where else am I supposed to get my high-budget military propaganda? Like, you don't understand variable element. I want to sit there and watch multiple 90-minute films about how superheroes should actually be under the control of the US military. Now you're a bad person, even if you have underlying traumas that make you not want to go along with that.
We're close.
But don't worry, they're much longer than 90 minutes.
The absolute.
They're locked up in the...
So this may be your best.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite...
The same apply to all retaliates and all with Sonic Overload.
Now.
I don't know if Night Singer's reply has that issue. I don't think it does, but I'm not actually sure. There's not very many retorts, like unconditional retorts like that. So I'm not sure. Minthara's dead, so I can just go to Moonrise. It's fine. Gage, thank you for the 34 months. This is why I actually have Gage HC Rule 34 in my browser history.
One blessed like myself. What news, true soul?
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
You'll find Zrael in the old.
Quag what's up? Wow.
Here goes nothing.
There can be no doubt. This is the place. This is where we'll discover
Another
the secret
soul.
of the absolute.
The disciple will want to see you. Through the...
If you have coin, then show it. The Absolute needs prove it. Who's singing your name?
Just say no one. That's so sad.
Want anything from my stash? You pay less than the rest.
Halberd of Vigilance could be nice for this setup, yeah. Discards attack if you press leave instead of enter name. No, I don't think so. Oh, thank you for confirming, chatters. Yeah, Halberd of Vigilance could be fun. It's a D10. It's got the extra force damage. Yes, I know Rat Bat. Ratus Batus. Yes, I know. It's right there. Let me have fun.
Of many thoughts, one mind.
So random, and am I the only player who keeps a bar of soap in my action bar so I can clean the blood off after a fight? No, I had that on my bar for the previous run, so. Because chat was getting mad at me for not having soap. What are you, my doctor?
This must be a brewery.
Failed perception on the ledger. How do I always fail this? What a fucking two. Praise be.
All for me. Need to find a way forward.
Kevin took a shit, started sneezing uncontrollably. I've never related to any living thing more.
To stand this close to her power. I never thought I'd make
spell metric or my keyboard. Oh, sorry.
Should you be interested, with one drop, among the many. So let me adjust my off. Please, I.
Your keyboard okay? Is your drink okay? There's two kinds of person.
I should speak up.
Can't find book, passes history check.
Oh, then what?
Are you okay? Three kinds.
I know you, and he's yours. It's can't you talk?
Because there's some.
No.
Keep your distance, darling.
Should you be interested, with one drop? No.
No time to rest.
Custom build waterproof for situations like these. Ooh, that is very cool.
Hello. What can I do for you? It's.
Okay, we have 20 strength now.
Welcome back, true soul. If you know of any other true souls willing to aid my research, though, do send them my way.
You do get a 15 attitude with Mirage, for going along with her whole shtick. So she's not the worst person to buy and sell with.
Come.
Speedrunning bodily autonomy violation. Listen. I'm not the bad guy here.
If not over, then through.
I don't know how I'm justifying that, but I'm not. Vile. Savage attacks added a D6. Okay, yeah. Yeah, savage attacks rat bat. Great. I forgot that that would be a thing too. It's rat bat. It always has been. I deluded myself by thinking it was ever not rat bat. I apologize. Understand Gloomstalker now so smart. Yeah, that also allows us to not be punished by lacking alert.
Breathe deep and move.
Hunter's Mark is inferior to Hex. It doesn't go on both instances the way Hex does, but it's okay. Reddit's takeaway, the answer is always Gloomstalker. You know, they would go there.
She gives them to you fully formed. It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Ah, a new face come to bask in the light of the Absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
Have a see invis. So, like, swinging Drake Throat Glaive wouldn't be the worst thing. That's funny. You'd never forget to throw it. Just kidding, you still would. Yeah, yeah. Literally called Rat Bat? Yeah. Rat Bat. Why had I never heard of Rat Bat before getting this community? Because a lot of spaces that present themselves as for build crafting are primarily driven by people who are chasing engagement without actually having played the game. I'm specifically calling out r/BG3 builds. Most people who post stuff there clearly aren't actually opening Baldur's Gate 3.exe because a lot of the stuff they say is simply not based on how the game works if you play it for 5 minutes. Rat Bat is one of those things where to know its value, you have to use it.
Where do you hail
Fine, you can replace it with Trident of the Depths at 11.
Ever at your service.
To what end? You lost me. Oh, that's the air myrmidon one you're talking about. Or not the air myrmidon, water myrmidon. Never mind, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I could. Can't dual wield that though, can you? I suppose I wouldn't want to. Yeah, fair enough.
An honor.
Yeah, but is the Rat Bat always on fire like the Everburn? Checkmate. I got your mate right here. I don't know what I mean. Where? Oh no. Did I sell the Harper Blade? No. Okay, good.
You sure you don't want me to check those crates? Be nice to know what we're ever at your service. An honor.
I have 20 strength, could pop out to the docks, get 2 more tadpoles. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how long I've been doing this, go directly to Act 2 and just get geared out of your mind strat for routing, but, like, it's so good. The amount of player power increases we've gotten in, like, the last 15 minutes. Gross.
us all to her design. You'll find her eventually.
I have 20 strength. You're not surprised, though. How greedy am I today?
These boots have seen everything.
Greedy enough. Greedy enough. I didn't like railing gap. Bonk auto mod. Fucking horniest bot alive.
Enjoy the view. This feels like it stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day. If this place is
One. And that'll do it. Doing really well on XP. Like, 6 to 7 goes fast. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense when I talk about how long it takes to go from 5 to 6, but look at how fast 6 to 7 has been. It's just you get access to much higher yield XP stuff when you're typically doing that part of the game. I did like the hair in Veilguard Machete. I liked that they had a lot of options that
That's a friendly looking shadow.
People of color would identify with. That was nice.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Character creator in that game's pretty good. Really like how they don't mind you failing to throw them into the abyss. Yeah, rowing is weird.
Anything of use?
I assume it's an awkward hug attempt. Everyone wants hugs. Wouldn't mind being thrown into an abyss. Right there with you, Batchet. I'm ready. Preferably by Big Lady, of course, of course. No joke, throw might be the strongest action in the game. I agree. I think... I think it is a contest between throw and jump. I was briefly considering ranged attack. Ranged attack is, you know, very up there, but throw and jump are very, very breakable.
You were witnessed assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells.
I'm gonna wait 6 seconds here. Still can't believe you did a run without jumping. It was fun. I waited long enough for my shove to come back. Don't handle the docks. People shove that pallet on the cleric. It's the fastest I've ever gotten witness. Yeah, that happened to me a couple runs ago. Found that one out the hard way. Rare patch 8W, you can read that disc without Lae'zel. Before patch 8, you just couldn't. It simply would not work. So that was 95 XP that was tied to Lae'zel that no longer is. I think no one's immersion got broken seeing black hair in a fantasy game. Yeah, like, it's really funny what mental gymnastics the racists will do to convince themselves that they're not just... that they don't just have the most unpopular positions on fucking everything. Like, oh, it's not realistic for the time, they say about fucking a fantasy universe that isn't based in history. So, yeah, okay, sure. Sure, man, sure. Fucking sure. Ugh. I hate gamers.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Best be on
Like, at all? Nope, not even gift tabs could read it. It required Lae'zel. What do you think of people who develop feelings for a character? I mean, I think a character sucks if you develop no emotional connection to that character as a person who is consuming the game from a narrative perspective. And this could be a positive connection, a negative connection, it could be anything in between. It could be seeing yourself and your own real-life experiences in that character. And I think that's a thing that resonated with a lot of people. Like, a lot of the BG3 companions, a lot of their storylines involve overcoming some sort of trauma related to an abuser, overcoming addiction. You can see parallels for that. Finding a sense of belonging, reclaiming agency over your own life, dealing with religious trauma. Like, there's a lot of different things like that that have a lot of people who connect well to those plot points. So I think that makes for good storytelling. Is that what you meant by that? Even when it's historical, they totally underestimate how much racial and sexual diversity there was in the past. They absolutely do.
Out of sight.
Like, these are the same people who get real mad when there's portrayals of Alexander the Great kissing a dude. It's like, yeah, bro was Greek. Yeah. Achilles and Patroclus were just really good roommates, uh-huh. Like, people forget that the Roman Empire included large parts of Africa. Of course. I mean, these same people don't know where any country is on a fucking map. They could not name all the continents, even. Like, it's... Bigotry and stupidity have a lot of overlap. Bigotry is rooted in stupidity. Shaw's 18 strength paladin with athletics proficiency can't shove a ghoul. Listen. I can shove a ghoul anytime I want. Look at me shoving this ghoul now. See? And I did that because I wanted to, not because you baited me.
Have them ready.
I was really hoping it would fail. The mainstream media doesn't want you to know ghouls can be shoved. Favorite moment recently is when a bunch of anti-pride protesters used Spartan imagery and symbols of their flags. Bruh, Sparta of all places. Yeah, Sparta, where it totally wasn't a pre-battle ritual to fuck all your homies. Yeah, definitely. Uh-huh. Sparta, where they totally didn't have, their wives make their appearance more masked to make transitioning back out of wartime recreational activities easier to stomach. Yeah, uh-huh. Sure.
Never wanted the easy path.
Movie 300, so not homoerotic. Yeah, not at all. Just a bunch of bros broing down, you know? Spartans literally wrote whole treatises about how even if guys aren't your thing, you need a bro lover, so be more valorous in battle. Fellas, is it gay to want a better KD? You read a lot of history. I wish I was more well-versed. I used to. It's just scrap of information that I happen to have. I have a lot of random useless info here. None of it useful, but there was a window of a couple years where I was like, hey, if I'm not continuing formal education, I should at least be well-versed in anything I find remotely interesting. So, did a little bit of historical reading type stuff.
They wouldn't admit it.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. Your family will answer. Eventually.
Pompeii is covered in ancient Latin graffiti, and a lot of it is very horny. Yeah, infamously. It ain't gay if it's for the KDA or something like that. You know? We'll pin that. I just want people to come in and be confused. Why does that read like something Jordan Peterson would say? Weep, you girls, my penis is giving you up. Now it penetrates men's behinds. Goodbye, wondrous femininity. Like, doesn't that sound like... like, it's uncanny. I can't... Oh, hit control. Y'all wildin'? Yeah.
I don't need any attention right now.
Sorry. No, still can't find him. Just till you find Mum and...
This calls for careful footwork.
Big jumps are too good? Yeah.
Have to keep going.
Thanks, Wrap Up. Not useful is debatable. I think a lot of people could do more with not useful general knowledge. Gives you perspective on so many things. That's true, very true. Yeah. That's not useful since can't be used to improve his BG3 gameplay. BG3 is life. I've discarded everything except BG3 from my brain. What's my name? I don't even know. I just know what my current character's name. What's my character's name? Bork.
Right. Time to skulk about.
Him is tab, duh.
Moving in.
I weep, you other hobbies. My brain is giving you up now. It obsesses over two level druid tips. Goodbye, wonders having a life. Oh no. Listen. I haven't obsessed over a land dip yet. Hey Zach, how are you? I've been named Faith Warden.
Oh, but you ward something far more sinister than faith alone.
See, nobody cares.
Don't you?
Automod being homophobic again.
You're about... You should never have come here.
Yeah.
What in the house is that thing? Tell me.
Land dip is just a... You get, what, an extra druid cantrip and... natural recovery charges? How many do you get?
Then you settle.
When's this build becoming cleric? I thought about light cleric for Scorching Ray. Like he says, one charge at level 2. Oh, well. I guess technically that's an extra first level spell slot. Yeah, no real reason to do a land dip.
He was joking this morning. He was a good harper. I think I need some
money. What about the money?
my neck of the woods.
Land dip, spores are right there. I guess stars now? Yeah, spores and stars cover kind of all that. I'm being weird by going moon right now.
And if you find it,
Found this metal in a place called Grimforge. Hang on, damn it. I don't think you heard me. I found this metal in a place called Grimforge, but damn it, I really need you to bear with me here. Found this metal in a place called Grimforge. Okay. Glad we hashed that out. Where'd you find this Grimforge? In a metal place. I've always wanted to play around Landstride, that's 6 levels. So I do like that land gets similar to how Cleric Domains, you get a lot of always prepared spells. You can play land in that way too, and you can pick up a couple spells that druids can't normally get with land. Like you can learn Haste, you can learn Misty Step, various other things. Lightning Bolt. Those are not normally in the druid spell list. So you can pick those up as always prepared, meaning you don't need to have wisdom to, like, have them available. So, 8 wisdom land druid. I think that's how I played my land druid. My no looting run was land druid heavy. Landstride is also on Barbon Rangers 2 levels later. They don't get the spike growth immunity though, do they? Is the metal place shards undergarments? Yes. That must be what the coppery taste of my mouth is.
Our asses.
They do? Oh, they do? Well, then I stand corrected.
This place gives me the creeps.
What more activity among the cultists, Mom? Preparing to march, I wager. Don't wander far. Talk.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Holding on? What are you holding on about, Sora?
Check it out! We've gone legitimate, and Mol put me in charge. What do you need?
What do you mean? Yeah, huh. Nothing happened. Andy's message? What, where she was just talking about a way to end a sentence and nothing else?
Last night's best bargains, right here!
Clementine!
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 Why was that one doubled? So weird.
Clementine!
Clementine, yes. 26 XP.
Just about. Just about.
If I had fucking seen the ledger... Also, thanks, just set a new personal worst for running pace, because I kept stopping to write dumb shit about Shard's genitals. I'm proud of you.
Can't risk being in open view.
I think that's effects. We ever get any news on Wolf Among Us 2? I don't know the relation. Find too much metal in a place called Grimforge without me. Gotta go to therapy, talk to you lovely people later. See you later, Jar. Hope you have a productive session. I shouldn't do this without necrotic resistance. Same devs as Walking Dead. Oh yeah, the sound thing isn't from Walking Dead though. That's from Remnant 2. The suddenly very cheesy line right after the final boss. It was so cheesy that I think they swapped it out with a different take eventually. But it was so funny that I grabbed it as a sound alert.
Always room for more.
Just thought it was a distorted lead clip. Nope, that's just how it sounded in the game. And this is a character that just kind of was very stoic and just suddenly, that. It was really funny. Still visualize that dumbass run.
Piles of bodies. Very old by the looks of them.
Check out this no-scope. No-scope. No luck. We'll hit him eventually. Almost there. It's just triangulating, you know? See, I hit it first try. Maybe you should install wall hacks. I don't need it. I think you do need a scope after all. Well, that's not very nice. It's true. Be nicer to me. Off to bed. Good night, Atrix. Alright, so I could go to 5 Gloom for now. Fucking wild shape spike growth bullshit if I wanted to. Oh, that's so dumb. I should do it.
That took the edge off.
Hey, what if I risk the run? That'd be crazy. Not gonna lie, I missed the wizard hat at his peak. Me too.
Just out of view.
Forgot a step. It's okay. Game? No. Okay.
Still moving, despite everything.
Scan. Oh, I already had it. Did I? Oh. Well, I didn't notice. I'm gonna pretend I got scammed anyway. I couldn't possibly have been like wrong about something. That's that doesn't seem correct. Oh, yeah, I do have extra attack now.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Did you know time still isn't real?
How could time be real if our eyes aren't real? You think about that? Even the 17 months mustard. Check out this nonsense. 7 damage caustic brine. That's yeah, up to 13 damage per tick on spike growth. It needs it, yeah, totally. That totally needed to do fucking 18 damage. How? I didn't even see that there. Fucking ow. How can I trick him into going to the brine without me going into the brine? It's right here. Just one tick, bro. Just take one tick, bro. No, he found the path. Balanced by the danger of killing yourself with your own surface. Flying polar bears, my nickname in college. I have questions. But before the questions, that's awesome. Wait, you want to see something stupid? Tavern Brawler will apply a damage penalty if you're in a wild shape that has low strength. So I would have to elixir if I wanted to do this stuff in cat shape.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
Should mind my step.
Hey JD. Hey Mark. That chief just wasn't interested in fighting. I actually didn't mean to get in combat with you. Probably Vile's wild-shaped tentacles with high DC. Ooh, yeah. Pussy science. While you were out partying, I studied the pussy. Baddest. Definitely want to do a wild magic sorcerer, even just wild magic barb. I think it's random relies on dice rolls and min.
No time to rest.
Do it.
Let's see.
What bend in they luck?
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
What character is that? It's just a custom character. Speaking of bad luck, can you use that to reroll bad wild magic surges? No. It seems to specifically be ability checks. There are some roles that you just don't have access to modifying the game. Initiative, Wild Magic, Blink, Hexblade's Curse. I don't think you have any ways of modifying the actual outcomes. I know you have plus initiative bonuses, but I mean like other things. What was I gonna do? Still have a short rest.
I'll feel that one later.
Oh yeah, I have an idea. Is Blink of decent uses? Not really. I would change my tune on Blink if it didn't break your concentration when it triggered. But because it does, it's not even a good, like, hey, maybe I don't have to worry about my defenses this turn, because you can't really be making any meaningful progress unless you have summons on the field. maybe you're a poisoner, but like at that point, why?
Shouldn't have wished to reveal interesting times.
Bruna, can you make speed pots yet? I don't know how I ran out.
What's up for discussion? This vessel. Let's move.
Failed one, that's fine.
This vessel is at thy
Why is the UI on console so much worse compared to PC? I find that console ports don't tend to be of quality. It's just a observation, though. I'm gonna do a bit of science here.
Let's get this over with.
Try to get Zealot and Malik here out of the way. Hang on, Malik, I got you. Just come on over here.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
Very well. Now I'm back home on every Tuesday.
So I want to... Wait, the Moon Lantern is versatile. You can two-hand this thing? You can Great Weapon Master Moon Lantern? You have no reason to do it, but that's just funny to me.
Don't want to draw any attention.
So I wanna... Alright. Here's what we do.
Light on my feet. That's a friendly looking shadow.
finest assault.
Could have timed that a little bit better.
Time to skunk about.
Alright, fire vulnerability. Auto crit lined up. Goodbye.
Parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Moving ahead.
That's just the Scorching Ray scroll, by the way. 110 damage. Yeah. Raise a fire later? Ooh, true. True. The cantrip, yeah. Someone please explain? Okay. So, I did exclam info. Exposing Bite from Wild Shape Wolf forces the next attack from within melee range to crit. We're doing that for non-wild shape attacks. So, I applied Arsonist Oil to a target who was wet. So, since they were wet at the time, the Arsonist Oil was able to apply. And when wet wore off, they lost their fire resistance, which what Arsonist Oil actually does is it downgrades resistance by 1 stage. So, if the target is temporarily resistant, but then they lose that resistance, Arsonist Oil gives fire vulnerability. So, I applied vulnerability to fire with that, and then I used Exposing Bite to force the next attack that I queue up on that target to crit. And then I made that attack 3 rays of Scorching Ray. So yeah, that's the tech for this run. It was spicy. And we can scale that up to ridiculous degrees later on. Could be doing that with Greater Flesh Gloves, or would Greater Flesh or Spell might add more in the case of Vuln? Good question. That's a good question. I could have had Hex going, I could have had Psionic Overload going. Well, I couldn't have had Hex with my current spec, but I can get Hex later. I could have Hexblade's Curse later. It would be difficult to manage having Marco Heschker or Scarlet Remittance active, but technically I suppose I could. I could put Gaping Wounds on the target ahead of time. Yeah, lots of ways.
absolute war drums beat loud in your chest.
But yeah, that sequence of events I did. The arsonist oil, the water bottle, the wolf wild shape, and the scorching ray scroll. All of that you could do at level 2. You could be doing that kind of damage at level 2. I'm going to use Dollar Greater Flesh Gloves in Act 3. Dollar requires weapon stuff. So, as long as I'm doing weapon stuff that isn't melee, yeah, maybe I end up using Vicious Battle Axe. Because that is a Dollar item, and I can two-hand to that for good damage die. So, probably Vicious Battle Axe. Vicious Shortbow likely, for when I'm doing Vicious Battle Axe. But that's all provided I don't do something like Rat Bat. So, the bow at least. And Crater Flesh Gloves probably. Bit my tongue. Do I go into the gauntlet at level 7? No, that seems wasteful.
Always at your side.
Well, my day just improved. Rings a bell? I don't have anything to give you in return, I'm afraid. Ahem. No, you shall not. I'd hate to reward a kind gesture by breaking your fingers. Give me some time. I'll see if there's a way I can make it up to you.
Guess Arabella's parents. Now that I'm thinking about it, keeping create water prepared means I can also do destroy water. You can make someone who's wet no longer wet with destroy water, or by pulling up an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Either one works, but I have destroy water right now. So I could use that for the arsonist oil loop. Very action intensive though. Kind of makes me want to go fighter for action surge, because then I could do something like water bottle, weapon attack with arsonist oil, with a haste action, destroy water, with a bonus action, wild shape, exposing bite, drop wild shape, and I'd still have an attack. I wouldn't have another action, but I'd have an attack. Which at that point, if I then got a kill on someone else to get a bloodlust action, I would then be able to do the Scorching Ray thing. Something that'll come online more easily in the Act 3 section of the run, because then I'll have things like Terrazul. Suppose I could get there without throwing that first water bottle myself. By using a summon. Just have Shovel pop a water bottle on them or something. Because then that would mean, instead of sitting on 1 attack, I'd be sitting on 1 action. And then I could just do the Scorching Ray. I like that. So that would be the value of Action Surge. Could Mage Hand help here? The awkward thing about Mage Hand is if you're not an Arcane Trickster or a Sorcerer who did Extended Spell on it, but even then it's still a little awkward, is very limited duration. It's only 10 turns, 20 with Extended Spell. So it would be one of those things where, yeah, I could use a Mage Hand to set it up if I knew I was going to do that within a couple of turns. But for, like, the happenstance, okay, this is the play I'm gonna do now that this fight has started. Having something like Shovel would be better. Arcane Trickster W. Extremely common Arcane Trickster W. So I could go from Ranger to Monk now, as well. I could do 4 elements. I think this would kind of make sense if I... So what if this pivoted into, like, a more conventional monk thing? Like, what if instead of moon it was spores? Because then we would have the option for symbiotic as bonus damage if we wanted to go that mode. And that would... And then we went 3 rogue for thief? That would leave enough for 6 monk for that martial arts die increase. Probably go to 7 for evasion. And that would look like standard cookie cutter, but like that would also conceal the possibility of I could main action wild shape, exposing bite as an attack, drop wild shape, still have the attack from that action left to do either fangs, or I would still have my bonus action to do flurry of blows. That's kind of an interesting tech. Because, like, a full bore, everything on the table, forced crit, flurry of blows from an open hand monk, even without doing any prep, like, on the enemy, things like gaping wounds and such, and even without having Scarlet Remittance, even without having Formless Slaughter, Flying Ball, any of that, you could be clearing 200 damage. Certainly not bad. Ooh, what if Surgeon Subjugation? So you crit them with the fangs, right? And then as a reaction, you paralyze them so that you then do an auto-crit flurry of blows as a follow-up. I like that. Like that idea quite a bit. gross affirmational. Yeah, let's go for that. Will I lose any of these proficiencies? I'll lose my heavy armor proficiency. So let's go craft the adamantine medium armor, because now is when I need it. Does the enemy consented to being exploited like that? Oh, I guess this is where I test to see if exposing bite comes back with region travel. It won't really be useful information to me right now. It does.
How much further can I go?
So I can still get 2 exposing bites for short rest. Just I have to region travel after the first one. Quag consents, chat consents. Is there someone you forgot to ask? The humanoid aspect of Surge of Subjugation means it has limited use cases, which there are more humanoids and note to use it on. Yeah, on the one hand, it makes sense why there's not so many humanoid bosses, because, like, they'd be trivialized. You got all the Githyanki in the game, I suppose. Gortash, Orin. Zarel. But, yeah. It pains my soul to not make adamantine splint. Like, I feel weird not making it. Cat, what are you doing? Hold on. Hi. Wish you could use bursting sinew on revived corpses. Been so cool to use that pause. You can do similar enough stuff. Oil of combustion. You can apply that to a target who's already burning. So that way it'll detonate when the burning ticks on their turn. Always plan on using it, ends up being, well, Wargaz's still alive. Yeah. Too early. Okay. Eldritch Knight with Boring Blade and Battle Mage Gloves is so stupid.
I want to have a word.
It's funny how many points you could have stopped that sentence and it still would have been accurate. Eldritch Knight is so stupid. Eldritch Knight with Boring Blade is so stupid. It's like, yeah. Yeah. It still is incredibly annoying to me how many people who I would think would know better were like, oh yeah, Eldritch Knight's good now, thanks to Booming Blade. It's like you had never played it before, had you? Man, it's so stupid. Got him.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. Have I got everything then?
Or also the people still think a speed pot would give you 9 attacks with action surge and honor. Mm-hmm. Good night, Sora. Yeah, like, a big reason why a lot of people think that Padlock is a good multi-class. It isn't, you're just nerfing your Warlock. Is they think that the extra attack stacking thing, A, matters, and B, works in honor mode. Even if it did work in honor mode, and it doesn't. Why didn't you take Life Trigger? And the answer is because they think Divine Smite is good. It's an error built on another error.
Thou hast now dost thou require a new ass?
Does that require a new ass? It's true. It's true. Alright, so what are monk proficiencies? They have... It probably doesn't matter because I need druid weapon proficiencies. Oh, it doesn't matter. I could pick up Shillelagh if I want to do Ironvine stuff. It's kind of tempting. I could justify that over Guidance, right? Because I have the Guidance amulet. Just, I don't actually have Ironvine Shield yet, is the thing. It's very much getting ahead of myself. And I probably don't want to play in a way where I take that much damage right now. It's fine for now. So here's the question. Do I go Moon, so Wild Shape's on my bonus action? Yeah, for the Surge and Subjugation thing I just outlined, that's absolutely what I do. I've used Divine Smite with Hordebreaker just because who needs spell slots anyways. Hey, that's a decent way to get value out of that. Hey, Hollow. Yeah, the counterpoint would be going Spores or Stars so that I could Wild Shape on my main action and then still have my bonus action for Flurry. But this makes more sense. So, is a druid monk a drunk? Even if I don't play Way of the Drunken Master? Four elements are open hand. Four elements means fangs. But I feel like I need some flexibility outside of the, hey, I can just exposing bite department. Could be a Muid. As much as fangs is just better on an individual basis here, if we zoom out, I think open hand is logical. Because for once I also don't have negative wisdom, so that's not impeding my infestation damage. Hey, Jake. I will probably be very closely associated with a Vigilance Elixir for quite some time now. Maybe I need to use Fistbreaker Helm, too. This cat is so cute. What are you doing? I was thinking about doing a Spore Fangs run, but I can't keep playing Monks, man. Yeah, I'm with my own sling here. Says who? Who decided that?
So, what were you before you were this?
There is no before.
So you've always been a bone man?
In a sense.
He has spotted the remains of my lunch. What he's staring at now.
You know, dead.
I am not a skeleton. I am neither dead nor undead, neither alive nor unliving.
I don't get it.
Thou wilt.
He farted. Good job, Jake. You probably couldn't hear it, but he was purring very loudly. Briefly stopped. Started up again. I think that's when the fart happens.
Can I touch your face?
Sure, it's your lunch and not your cat's. That's a fair question. A pile of books or games in the background. There? That's just old DVDs. So a DVD is... so fucking old.
What were you? This.
like you want to say the magic word.
Someone remember VHS? It was the highlight of my day. Highlight of my weekend, really. Every weekend. Going to the local mall. So a mall is to go buy the latest release of the Dragon Ball Z dub on VHS.
No one stopped me yet. Can't slow down.
Reds and VHS at the local Blockbuster, good times? Yes. Had a little TV VCR combo in my room when I was young. Aw. Time for bed, Grandpa. Hey, it's... Well, it is almost bedtime. But, like, fuck you. Jake, are you gonna let them talk to me like that? Ah, he looked at me like, yeah. Hello. Hello. You're more vocal than you normally are. I've decided I'm just gonna roll good. I'm trying to cook Arcane Archer Monk, can't decide I want to do 9 Monk 3 Fighter, go for Symbiotic Entity, maybe Thief bonus action. I think it'll depend on which Arcane Archer shots you really want to cook with, if any of them.
Come, step forward.
Absence.
Hey, Retse, thank you so much for the Prime and the 5 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're well.
Wish to see you suffer, so let us cure you.
Well, that was the easy roll. Rolling bad on that one is great.
How to proceed? I wonder.
She's the girl and she's on fire. You look like.
Let's go.
Let's go. We going?
The final lesson. Yes. For to teach absence, one must become absent. I see now. By example, I must edify and quell the light that blinds us.
Oh, is he okay?
Come, sisters, soothe me.
He's okay, right? Can I have my hand back? I said maybe. I said maybe. My brain is so broken. Okay. I see you in the position. Don't jump up there. You don't need to be doing all that.
Best be on my way.
Jake.
Just out of view.
Oh yeah. Take the freebie, I guess.
Should mind my step. Can't risk being in open view.
Could have done it on you. Info for later.
Light on my feet.
Okay, I totally forgot to clear out the exterior of the goblin camp, so they're all just fucking gone now. Rip all that XP. So I made it to Moonrise. It'll coal mine out. Did I miss out on any items from that? Missed out on getting my money back from Krola. Oh well. Unshackled from the shit pike. There's that at least. Ooh, I can do this to the scooter. That is certainly an option. I think Seeking Arrow and Piercing Arrow probably make the most sense with Garbled Land and Sky. Yeah, so if doing Seeking Piercing... I think 9 Monk makes sense for Nair Misser. Because if you do Nair Misser, Land and Sky, Piercing Arrow against like a frozen target, for example, like you could bait opportunity attacks with Cold Snap and then have Shovel enter combat by like destroying a water bottle, for example, to freeze them, and then you hit them with a Vuln Piercing Arrow. So let's region travel again to get exposing bite back. Which does look okay. There's an argument for Harmonium Halberd here. But we'll go Ratus Patus there. Do that. When, if ever, do you typically fight the Phase Spider Matrix in your runs? I'm on my way there right now. So, if that answers that. Typically, I fight it at level 6. Usually, if I'm fighting Auntie Ethel and Minthara at level 6, I will try to fight the Phase Spider Matriarch on the same day so I can continue to benefit from the Elixir of Guileful Movement. But sometimes I end up doing it later. Like now. Now it's later.
Another step forward.
Ratus Patus. AC stacking will have to be optimized there for Cold Snap to get high enough for Cloak of Displacement to start being effective. You could play to, Roland's Mage Armor, of course. You could have a Shield of Faith in either map. It's much harder to set up in Rivington, but Adriel is reasonable enough in Lower City. Might be a situation where Helldusk Helm wins out over Baldurin so that you could remain unarmored for Mage Armor. That, or you end up with Wisdom for unarmored defense. But we know how I feel about that. 6 key points.
Should get started.
Camera did something concerning for a moment there. A little worried.
Better find somewhere to camp soon.
I know it has C and Viz. I've decided I'm just gonna pass the save. Update, I didn't pass the save. But it's okay, that was a test. Both crit. Stunning Strike. Disadvantage because of the bleed. Wielding Defender Flow Cold Snap +1 for Mage Armor versus Roland's made up by Baldur and Helm anyway. Defense Fighting Style makes Roland's optimal here with Baldurins, I think. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. If you really wanted more, you do have Evasive Shoes as an AC option and Boots slot. Gloves is probably reserved for offense. I don't think that'd be worth going. Anything else though? Maybe there's an argument for Finger Gloves there, because you could get 2 decks out of that with the appropriate shapeshift. And that would be damage, because bow, and AC. It would be less on your offenses than running something like Helldust Gloves. And Helldust Gloves would have the advantage of also giving you spell save DC. Something worth considering. What if I took a Sanctuary? Sorry, what if I took a Cleric dip so that I could Sanctuary and then drink a short rest potion to get back? Ow, that hurt a lot. Yeah, max roll. To get back Wild Shape Charges and Exposing Bite. I didn't let her spawn the other 2 groups, but oh well.
Keep going.
I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there.
I guess I don't have a Harmonium Halberd proficiency. Ratus Batus makes more sense. Yeah, I'm okay with that flavor of cope. Did I buy a potion while we were there? No.
Anything you want to say? And
Go do that. Once the rage starts, you know what? I didn't want that 15 XP anyway. Yeah, pretty much.
Never wanted the easy path.
I have a good candidate here.
Very well.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Slot. This would be better if I had gone 4 elements, but still think this will be an interesting enough showcase.
Out of sight, out of mind.
So I could go Flurry of Blows here. Could go Rat Bat. I was thinking. Why not both? But actually, gonna let you chill now. Do that.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I liked that. That was good. Need a classic Gnostic way to go to sleep during a fight. Cutting broom while hiding, then sleep in fog maybe, while in this.
It's for a good cause.
Aye. Good man. Our asses.
Hammergrim Mist Amulet is 10 turn fog, non-concentration.
I need a quick word.
Stock up while you can. I only
Once for a
hope I
long
brought
rest.
enough to see us through.
Tick. Seems like the best way.
Yeah, this thing. Gonna take a little wolf nap. Be the most shocking moment in BG3. That's a subjective thing. I don't really have an opinion. That's such a clean opener. That was so smooth.
With haste. May the gods take you first.
Sorry, it's vampire reveal. I had no idea. Wait, Astarid's a vampire? Oh.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
You need more short rest potions now. As was, expected. It's gonna be pretty, pretty short rest pot. Intensive.
Brothers. Sister.
Okay, so you can chew on your toes and make heavy eye contact, but when I do it, it's not cute somehow.
How may I serve?
Don't you meow at me. Okay, fine, you can meow at me. Look at this guy.
Slaughter.
To stand this close to her power.
Look at this cat.
I wouldn't have if not for the lantern bearer. To think the absolute raised such a creature as that. We are each of us threads in her design.
So I have 2 wild shape charges, but I don't currently have exposing bite. By region travel, get it back. Let's do that. Another reason I think Bard would be good for this is Song of Rest. I do think later on we'll end up at Swords Bard, but I don't currently have the levels. Maybe level 8 is where I make that change.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Cat. Don't do it. I'll bork at you. No. Don't do that. Where is Kevin? There is Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Nelson, can you stop cucumbering me, please?
Need to find a way forward.
Jake. Not doing that.
Time for some bloody work.
Isn't turn-based, so I don't have my extra attack. Like, do I need it? Is there anything I wanted to try here? Really? I try to push him for fall damage. Jake, stop it.
Here goes nothing.
Let's go buy Cloak of Protection now. Yeah, Exposing Bite's pretty awesome.
I have something to ask.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
As long as you use it from outside of turn-based mode, you'll have your extra attack when the combat starts. I shouldn't go for the main locks. That'd be silly to do right now. Let's think. Level 8, I probably want to be doing... Well, either I keep doing what I'm doing here with martial arts die size increase, manifestations, be critting, so be an extra... I'd go from 1d6... No, it'd still be 1d6. Okay, no, that doesn't go up. It goes up at 5, not at 6. Okay. So that would be the same. So I'd be getting the extra 2d4 of whatever manifestation I pick. Don't really have the means to apply Vuln to any of those right now. If I went and got early Res Stone, I could do Psychic, but I haven't actually field tested early Res Stone with its impact on a run. In terms of the rubber banding teleporting thing that I know Andy ran into at least. I guess I would have Wholeness of Body as an option too. But I don't really find that terribly interesting. For this, at least. What would I get out of being Swords Bard? Slashing Flourish ranged is something I could do as a sort of arrow slaying at home. I suppose damage-wise it works out to better than an arrow slaying because of the Bardic Inspiration die. Already Last Light? Yeah, I go to Last Light pretty early. Get tired, but I want to hit level 8. 5.6k? Ugh. Kill some plants, I guess.
Heading out without Isabel's blessing.
Softer than a whisper. And away I go. I don't need any attention right now. That should work. Don't want to draw any attention.
Okay, we're doing this. Spell successful.
Out of sight, out of mind. All right then. That should work.
Hey, boy. Probably handle mean locks. I suppose the current weakness is I don't have much in the way of AoE. Moon Druid only provides me more for this as long as I'm wild shaping in combat. The last few times I've done Exposing Bite, I've been setting it up as my opener, which means Moon Druid doesn't provide me anything. That's leaning me back towards Spores or Stars. Stars gives me the option of having Dragon Form mode, and then I could do things like Rat Battle Oil Combustion. Spores, I would always have Halo of Spores. I think that actually provides the most for my action economy. Past 1,000 hours of BG3. Any thoughts on the game? Have you decided whether or not you like it yet? Or are you gonna have to put in some more hours just to make sure? Finish my first playthrough in the next 300 hours.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Status pending further tests.
To be cautious.
I like it.
All right.
What a measly portion of enemies. I'll allow it. How are you, Haze? I'm gonna put my weapons. I need those for... Not sure what, but I probably need them. Lightly steamed. It's been 100 and humid today. Ugh. I was trying to think of a reference to the terrible state of measles outbreaks in the US, but I wasn't clever enough. It's okay, the US also wasn't clever enough because now we have a terrible state of measles outbreaks. So. It's all good. It's going around.
Cutting to the chase.
Much like the measles in the US. Current events aren't as funny as they used to be. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of tired of living through a series of once-in-a-lifetime events. It's like, yeah, if we space these out, I'm tired, boss. Like, you remember that global pandemic that killed 7 figures of people? Yeah, like, everyone's so at capacity that nobody even thinks about that. Like, that disease didn't even go away. It's still, like, around in people's daily lives. People just are so at capacity with current events that nobody even thinks about it. Pretty sure 8? Pretty sure 8, there you go. I assumed it was high 7s, but, yeah, 8. Double it and give it to the next one. Actually, to no one, if possible. I'd like the no one option. The one that's still ongoing? Yeah, yeah.
Right. Time to skulk about.
Yeah.
Maybe I should. No, this is good. I can't risk being in open view. Should get started.
Don't worry, there'll be no next ones with how things are going. You don't need to worry, Kels. What's the point in worrying about the inevitable? It's gonna happen. And by it, I mean the billionaires are gonna kill us all. Glad my comment turned chat in a very happy and uplifting direction. You did nothing wrong. Apologize for feeling sorry about that. Or else. Jake, what are you doing? Don't let me lose my jabbers. How dare you feel bad? You should feel bad for feeling bad. Yeah, yeah. It makes sense to me. Let me get this cat some water. I'll be back in a minute. I'm thinking maybe I try to get to level 8. That's kind of a tall order. We'll see how I feel again in like 20 minutes with BRB.
Jahira wants to know about supplies. Will we make it home? Burning through our oil, but it shall just about do.
Just about?
Just about. This is heavy. We shouldn't hang around too long, though.
It's for a good cause.
Aye. Our asses.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Heapside narrows.
See any movement out there?
2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Too dark to tell.
Ain't my neck of the woods. I bet they're close. Watching us.
Hello. Cat wanted water. Be good now.
Yeah.
Wonder how exposing Bite would be as an opener on the Strange Ox. That is an intrusive thought. Do we play that one out? Doesn't have that much HP. No, I want to get stronger for that. I tried to expose an ox. He's hiding something. But I'm on him. I'm gonna expose him. Call me an oxtail for how much I'm on him, and also am delicious and make a nice brown sauce. We saute some mushrooms. What were we talking about? Random question. Except for Contagion, what other spells can I use to permanently affect Orin? In terms of spells, I can't think of any other spells offhand, but you can use the Orphic Hammer and click the Unshackling Strike maneuver. It's an attack roll. It doesn't do any damage, so it's not considered hostile. The only time Orin will, like, react to it and leave is if you miss. So as long as you have enough accuracy to keep clicking Unshackling Strike, you can ability drain her. Hammer attacks are normally strength-based, but if you are a monk with a dex equal to or greater than your strength, you can drain your dex too. And if you are a warlock, Back to the Blade warlock, non-Hexblade, Back to the Blade warlock, you can ability drain her charisma too. Are curses permanent? Depends. Depends on the curse. If you mean for, like, applying stuff to Orin, Bestow Curse requires concentration. I don't know of any other curses you could apply to her. I mean, maybe you could throw some of the Ethel potions at her, but those would probably wear off. Probably. Yeah, Bestow Curse is really not worth it as a spell. Because it doesn't work the way player applied curses, or curses applied to the player, I should say. And end up working.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. Your family will answer.
Can't really meaningfully exposing Bite Fizzbolt. I could go into the mountain pass through Shadowed Battlefields. Do some combats there. I don't find that particularly compelling, though. Go deal with Meadlocks. I believe that's Leviatar's Scourge territory. Imagine if it wasn't concentration, though. Yeah, Bestow Curse would probably see a lot more use.
Bet I can crack that open.
The one was part of the plan. I was just testing all of you. You did great.
Seems simple enough. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Main locks. Their eyes are sensitive. Light or fire is my friend.
Automatic overload kind of makes sense. I ate a big lunch mustard. I couldn't even really finish all of it. That tiny stomach. Of course, you had to get the bad roll out of the way before you got to an important roll. Not cope at all. Thank you. So hoping to displace elicited power work to throw barrier and don't see it doing any psychic damage at all. It's not psychic damage when you throw something at something, it's psychic damage when something takes damage from fall damage from you. So if you were to throw someone off a cliff and they hit the ground, displace would then trigger and give bonus psychic damage. The cutest little guys. Are they cute? I was unaware. Bite them? No. Because there's the risk of, one, they don't really live long enough. They die in 2 normal hits. But there's risk of me getting paralyzed and then hit really hard in my wolf form. If I stay in the form for longer than, like, an action. One with advantage, baby. It'll throw a stay when you transform? Yes.
One day I'll catch a break.
It can't hit me that hard,
That
but
should do it.
it hit me hard. Deal with the doges. I kind of bopped my unaware ass the first time. Yeah. Enemies that have insane mobility, like, even if you think you could kite them through the area down there, they can target their shadow teleport through walls. So if they find a spot that isn't dark on the other side of, you know, the 3 walls you put between you and them, they'll just teleport there. So they are very hard to kite. They can paralyze you, they have high initiative, they have high dexterity, so they're a bit hard to hit too. And then their fear is something you have to manage. So if you don't know about any of those things, it's an encounter that can spiral very quickly. Thought I feel validated? Hey, happy to.
Just out of view. I don't need any attention right now. This calls for careful footwork. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Neat. Now that for a lot more damage. That's one of the more hairy honorable encounters. I'm gonna assume this isn't just a joke about how the mean locks look a little bit hairy. But yeah, no, genuinely, it's if you go into an encounter where you can get paralyzed and you don't have immunity to that, or sufficient AC to where things can't hit you, and even worse, if you go in there without crit immunity. I've seen people go in there without crit immunity and without paralysis immunity. It does not end well.
Yeah, heap-side narrows at nighttime.
There's of course other counters. Like if I'd gone in with my loadout that I had of Amulet of the Unworthy, Helldusk armor, though anything with at least 2 DR, that's heavy armor works. And if I had heavy armor master, then you have so much DR they don't choose to attack you because they can't do damage if they can't crit you. So that's certainly an option. I'm resisting jumping the strange ox. It's getting difficult though. It's getting real difficult. I just like what if I just 3.6k. Still got a ton left to do in Grimforge. Yeah, you know, I put in a solid 8 hours. Get his ass. I'll do it when I'm thinking more clearly. I've been live for 8 hours. I'm tired. It's hot. So I think that'll be it for today. We'll find someone to raid, and this will continue tomorrow. But who's live right now? Let's see. Jesse's still on. Oh, double shocker. Oh, Danny's on. Yeah, we'll raid Danny.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. Fun time today. All the newer people. It's nice to have you. Thank you for you know, I know it could be a lot to insert yourself into a new community, but happy to have you here, and of course all the old friends and stuff. Yeah, this run, let's see, pace-wise, how's it going? If I don't drag my feet too much, we could probably hit Act 3
Too dark to tell.
Saturday or Monday.
I bet they're close.
But we'll see.
Watching us.
All about new insertion. Thank you for being our streamer. Hey, it's my pleasure. I'll say hi to Danny. She's doing Hex Buckler solo on her with a bunch of difficulty mods. Yeah, that's all I got. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. I'll see you next time. And to wash your ass, drink some water, etc., etc. Bye forever.